shows up live on air.
Good evening. Welcome to your Ass Hurts News Network. Coming to you live from the tip top of Cock Tower Square with your host, Sergeant Friday. Sarge, how you doing?
I'm fucking doing awesome.
Well, there you
There
go.
may be a day where I'm not, but I could tell you I do all I can to stay out of my own way, and it worked fucking well.
Hey.
Yeah. No complaints from me. How about yourself and your fam?
We're good. We are good.
That's awesome. Did you get that fucking armor-laden fucking ring off the table yet, or are you still looking for help? Call Chris. He could bring in his fucking crane. Fucking nut job.
Did they ever find the body that's sleeping with the fishes that you took yours from? I'm just asking.
Something to that effect. Yeah, it all works out for me. But good God. What the fuck kind of world do we live in? Oh boy, I'll tell you. Our buddy Lucky is in there.
Yeah.
What the hell? Yeah. So I was thinking maybe we should create a call-in fucking show.
Yeah.
And take any topic. Good, bad, or indifferent. Pro fucking kindness, pro fucking hate, pro fucking racist, pro fucking whatever, multiculturalist. Pro-homo, anti-homo?
Just call in and ask and talk about whatever you want, huh? Is that what you're thinking? Just Sarge's advice line.
Well, yes. No, you could be in here too, though. How did these fucking people with 67 genders kill each other?
What do you mean? What the fuck?
All these different genders. How do they commit murder?
I guess the same way. What a confusing fucking statement that is. What the fuck is their gender or the identity, what they identify with?
I'll tell you how they do it. They/them.
Oh my God.
The fucking world should be poisoned with this kind of bad fucking commentary and joke.
Oh, fuck.
It would be a wonderful change for humanity.
That's fucking hilarious. God almighty.
They/them. It's kind of like how it works everywhere, but they're different because they got to have different labels, right? Binary people.
Yeah, you fucking got me with that one. I did not see that shit fucking coming at all. Dude. I'm like, what the fuck does that matter? What are you talking about? Yeah, now I get it.
Yeah. And to think that I quit smoking crack. What was the fucking point? All the money I got is because I don't smoke crack. I could have been fucking high that whole time.
Hey, it's never too late.
Jesus Christ, never too late for the glass dick. Jesus, Cletus, that's not even send me back that way. What's wrong with you, boy?
Oh, fuck, that's funny.
I was talking to someone the other day, and I said, I created a complete personality on the internet. It ain't me. They're like, what the fuck are you talking about? I said, I still don't really know the guy's name, but I call him Cletus and it's stuck. He's now Cletus on the internet. It's fucking crazy, I said.
It is funny. It is pretty fucking funny.
World renowned, Cletus and Clue.
I was hate watching the other, hell, it was last night, something. I call it hate watching just because I like to watch and fucking laugh. And somebody was in somebody's chat going, what's Cletus's name? And I'm sitting here thinking, you just fucking said it. What do you mean? What's Cletus's name?
What's wrong with you fucking people? Oh my God, what's Cletus's name? Well, some people remember that name was assigned. It was not wasn't given to you at birth. So some people do have that realization. What the hell's going on here? My chat over in fucking. Hang on a second. There goes my volume over here. How do you shut it off? Bam. I'm trying to. Oh, there it is. I found it. My chat over here on Twitter or X. X. I had to get that figured out. But yeah. So I'm thinking maybe a call-in show. That would be kind of fun. You don't see many of them on YouTube, right?
Not, with no real specific topic. No, you don't. You
It
really
could be the topics of the day, the topics of the fucking last 12 months, or fucking whatever, you know?
Yeah. Just call in and let Uncle Sarge
Or Uncle Bruno. We could use my name, Bruno. Uncle Bruno.
Uncle Bruno.
Right?
Yeah.
I'll make you sleep with the fishes if you give me a stupid question. So it'll eliminate a few people from being able to call in, but it is what it is. What the hell? Yeah, it's kind of interesting how all this stuff. I was on a few of these different. I've been going through a bunch of the fucking Idaho4 stuff.
Yeah,
and I did find a creator that I have about 75% respect for.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Wow.
That's up there, bro. That's a high number for me.
Yeah, that's
Lana's right around there too. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less. Now she got rid of that fucking noise. She every fucking 45 seconds. And she did stream after hours and hours of that. Can you imagine? Whew, man. Transport technology was real. I'd have transported her piece by piece all over the fucking globe. Hair by hair, bitch. Get rid of that fucking thing. How could you live in a house that does that?
Oh fuck!
I don't even know. But on the other hand, I'm a needling motherfucker. Maybe I need me a bitch like that. That stuff like that don't bother him. Right? Maybe that's my fucking match. I don't know. Although I think her and I do like the same gender, but it's fine with me. Oh man, what a fucking world we live in. So anyway, this creator, I don't really know his name. It's called Idaho4 Revealed. Okay.
Okay.
And this person breaks it down and tells the same story I tell, except he does it as the documents come across his page. Now, I'll give a link to one of his streams. But he said something in one of the streams that caught me by surprise because I don't remember it ever being said.
All right.
But everything else that he shows is 100% accurate and verifiable. It's the documents we've all seen. And he runs down the same script I run down when I show people that there is no probable cause in that document. It's a probable theory.
Right.
But to arrest and hold an American and put him in fucking prison and hold him for trial for 4 homicides, there should be one thing that says he was there. And not the DNA. Because the DNA is only, a lot of people think DNA is direct evidence, and it's not. It's circumstantial evidence. DNA is almost never, especially the kind of DNA in this case, but even general DNA, that's not direct evidence you committed the crime at that time and at that place. It's circumstantial. Now, if somebody's shot in the head, right, and or you're in a knife fight and your blood's all over them, okay. But it's still circumstantial. Your DNA could be inside of this area where this crime was committed and you not be associated with the crime. You agree with that, right?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. So in that respect, DNA is circumstantial evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And it becomes important evidence when circumstances that you can show led up to its placement can support it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can't do that in this case. You just can't. Therefore, the DNA is not relevant. It's like his DNA, no matter where you found it, is as relevant as DNA in the basement under the washing machine because it's circumstantial. It doesn't make him the killer. It doesn't place him there at any particular time. And because you're unable to do that, because you told this story, you didn't even tell the story of a man named Jed that we all knew was fucking fictitious, right?
Mm-hmm.
Poor mountaineer, barely kept his family fed. That guy. I used to tell that to my daughter every night, man. She would get so mad and just want to go to bed. And then when she was like 7 years old, I bought the fucking video and put it in there. And when she heard that story, she come running out of the kitchen. She's like, oh my God, this is real. And then she wanted to be Ellie Mae. Anyway, back to the story. Oh, yikes. I think I corrupted my own kid's brain, but that's okay. Yeah. So this person's particular, I put a link in there, folks. You should go into his videos and watch them. And you'll see exactly what I've been telling you. Everybody, and I don't know what the fuck country you people think you come from. But if you're an American and you've been born here, you're a fucking American, and you don't have a goddamn clue how your justice system is supposed to work. It's a tragic thing, Cletus. It really is. Imagine having the most amazing gift of all, and you think it's just some other fucking country, or you know what I mean? You don't even know it. You have no fucking clue where you are or what it's all about.
Yeah.
That's where most Americans are, because they stopped teaching this in schools. But that doesn't prevent people from trying to understand their own country. And if you're trying to understand the old country, our country comes from the news media or YouTube, you got a lot of think that you're missing, a lot of think that you're not doing, because that ain't where you fucking figure out America. No. It's in the documents and in the writings and in the understandings of the words and it's not that complicated. It really isn't. I mean, today we accept, and you'll agree with this statement, you can indict a ham sandwich.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know our legal system is based on English law?
Okay.
Did you know that? A lot of people don't. A lot of what happens here is based on English fucking traditions, customs, law, European Westerners, sense. Right? Okay.
It makes sense.
And the reason you were supposed to indict somebody was because kings and monarchs, and this is exactly what's happening to us in this very moment in time, especially we'll use the Kohberger case, or for those of you that are political, let's use the Donald Trump case. Case is 94. What's not supposed to be allowed is for the king or their monarch to make accusations against other people that are in his kingdom. Okay, so you've got different kings and princesses and this and that, right? All this other royalty. Fair enough?
Mm-hmm.
And the indictment was designed to prevent the king from slandering you with lies and criminal activity and then coming in and snatching everything your family owns. So to stop that, they created a law for an indictment. And this is what really is sad about America. This is why I say this is our fucking fault. When you get indicted, the indictment has to show a group of people or a jury of your peers that it's more than likely you committed this crime. Not you coulda, woulda, shoulda. The preponderance of evidence that a grand jury signs off on would be, in their opinion, consistent with a 12-panel juror of people just like themselves. That's what an indictment is supposed to be. Not a fucking ham sandwich.
Yeah.
Right? And he's supposed to, as the prosecutor, give all the information as if the defense attorney were there, but isn't. Do you follow me?
Mm-hmm.
So if I discover in my investigation, and I'm here to indict you, that there is a possibility you weren't at that store, that needs to be given to the grand jury. Yeah. Because it isn't that you only come in and show your story of guilt. You're supposed to show your story of your investigation. And that story is then supposed to give the jurors, hand it off to them, and they'll come back and tell you that he likely, or they likely, or she likely, more likely than not, committed the accused crime.
Yeah.
And then the defense comes in and goes after the stuff that it can go after, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a jury then decides it. We, as Americans, act like you can indict a ham sandwich as fucking normal. Because we don't know that that's not how it's supposed to work. Go ahead.
I was going to say it's more because not only do we not know, but we just accept that is how it is, and there's nothing we can do about it, and that's bullshit.
Right, and that's, again, it goes back to the power of this internet. If millions of Americans were like, "Hey, fuck that," that's bullshit. Show that you're making accusations with no solid evidence. It's not fair. Can't do that.
Yep.
Your prosecutor officers get 98.9% of the people they get a plea deal. No, I don't want that. If you accuse the citizen of a crime, fucking prove it and put them in jail, right?
Yeah.
Or fine them, or give them community, whatever's appropriate for the accusation. But this idea that you could lower the severity of the punishment for their direct action and then bump up all these numbers, and then those numbers are then used to promote you know, a lot of your governors and mayors and shit go from attorney general to fucking, and they use their wall. Look how my prowessness as a fucking prosecutor for you. Look what I did for you people. Well, ask the people he did it to just how fucking well that system works, okay? Right?
Yeah.
And that stuff's not supposed to be. We've allowed it to become polluted, and it needs to be unpolluted. And we're polluted too, because we've come to the point where so many people on the internet, so many people in the general public, I mean, especially Carl's fucking following down there, the 5.63 billion morons. Fucking Carl. You know, it's as if these people are just ignorance personified. And because the police tell you a story, you automatically accept this person's involvement in the crime.
Well, and you know, that's what I was going to say about the internet, specifically YouTube. It doesn't even have to be the police. Anybody that comes out, and I've had so many conversations over the past few days about your term, third party fucking wackadoodle.
Right.
That insert themselves into shit based on some fucking credentials they list, right? And it's, if somebody comes out on the internet and says, literally puts in the description of their channel, I'm an attorney and a statement analyst, and I detect deceptions. Well, then whatever the fuck they say must be accurate. And it's like, I could fucking do that. And I'm just a fucking redneck with a drone. You know what I mean? Like, right. I mean, I could fucking do that. But it's amazing to me how people just put so much trust in an authority when they don't really think about what that authority means, what that authority is.
Right. And I think the people that come out and make these statements, they themselves are not strong enough. Like I got down on the bottom, that particular post there, that banner. But if I'm going to give my legal opinion, it should be up on the screen. This is an opinion only, not a determination. It's only an opinion of the facts as I see them, or something to that, where you now know that this person's expert opinion is limited to just that, an opinion. It's not a conclusion or anything you should run around with.
Yeah.
Like I did that when I told my Dylan story. I don't want anybody to think Dylan did this. But I wanted to show people that if you take the exact same PCA with no modifications, zero, and try to place other people in it, there's two people now that I think fit it perfectly. One is Dylan and Bethany. We'll call them one person. But the other is that other knifer.
Yeah. From
September 2021.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way anybody can convince me that you can't argue that person would fit the description of 5'10". You just can't do that because of the layout of the house that's now gone. Just think about that.
And it would be interesting to know if they happen to, if you know, there was a White Elantra 2011 to 2013 in the vicinity of that crime scene.
Right. Or was any video collected? Was any of it saved? Was any of it right? Right. All of that matters. The entire investigation. What did you do there? What did you collect? What did you conclude? If your conclusion was we don't know, that's fine. But what did you look through to come up with I don't know?
Right.
Right. It's one thing for me to ask you a question about the fuel ratio of a fucking 427 Ford Camry. What's the optimal fuel ratio for that? And you say, I don't know. Okay. But if you go and look, then you should know. Fair enough?
Mm-hmm.
And if you go and look in a crime like that, all this information showed us nothing. So we have no idea who committed the crime. Fair enough. Let me see the information you collected. That should be open to Ann Taylor's discovery. You know? Carl's here. This is going to be one of his nights to celebrate. He just don't know it yet.
You know, I saw him make a comment in a chat earlier. I think it was Clues, where he said, please don't believe me when I say that space is not real. So then, Carl, based on, I didn't get to ask this when you said that, but I do have a question for you. So are you saying the firmament, your theory of firmament is bullshit, or space is under the firmament? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Oh,
man. That's fucking funny. But with the way we've allowed our country, and this is the one thing too that that's very obvious when you look at what we've accepted. We haven't pushed back. 21 million illegal immigrants have been pushed into this country. I hate to say this, folks, but if you give just 10% of them people a gun to turn on us, that's 2 million fucking soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
And we all act like none of this matters, or we try to just bury it away and get lost in these fucking stupid cocksuckers that got reflections coming off a moon, right?
Yeah.
Or somebody that decided he was Uncle Tony to Sebastian probably wouldn't piss on the guy if he caught fire, right? And this guy's deemed himself his uncle.
Yeah, Uncle Tony.
Well, I'm everybody's uncle. How about them fucking? You need advice? I'm that uncle. I'm the crazy uncle, but also the smart one. You want crazy? I got that for you too. But if you want some advice, come this way. I got lots of it. And my two titties don't sag in 3 places.
Oh fuck.
Holy. Anyway, this gentleman in his thing. Here's why I wanted to bring this up. This guy is a lawyer, and he actually goes through and shows you police training on what probable cause is and what it isn't. You follow me?
Yeah.
And reasonable suspicion. And I'm not a lawyer, folks, but I said in the very beginning that document is reasonable suspicion to consider this man involved. But in no way, shape, or form does it provide a probable cause conclusion that he did it.
Right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And that all of us should be up in arms about that instead of arguing about whether he did or didn't do it. First, let's just find out if the jerk off assholes that we have assigned to figure that out are even doing their job remotely right. That's all we could be concerned about as citizens, not the fucking innocence or guilt of the accused. You first need to understand that if in your heart you believe he's guilty, okay, I don't need to know that. But have you looked at the arresting accusations in a way that's fair and honest? If I say that you turned your phone off at 2:47 a.m. and didn't turn it on until 4:48 a.m. and during that period of time you slaughtered 4 college students, are you going to be fucking okay with that? You think that's enough to get you thrown in the fucking jail and charged with 4 homicides because 4 people were killed during the time your phone was off and that's all they fucking needed? If you're okay with that, then get the fuck out of here and live in China. You don't need to be here because that's not how it's supposed to work here at all.
No, I agree completely. I mean, and that's, that's the danger of, I don't remember if I was on here or if I was just talking to somebody offline, but that's the danger of this. That's the danger I see in society when I look at the fucking internet, specifically true crime. Very, very fucking few are truly evaluating the facts of a situation. They're all looking at the narrative and the name and credentials attached to the narrative that's being pushed. And it's fucking crazy to me. It's absolutely fucking crazy to me.
Well, we're breaking news.
Uh-oh.
There's been an update. And Carl Ferguson has been demoted to queen of the 5.63 billion morons. Carl, any comment from you, Carl? You're out there Carl, you there, Carl?
So in other words, Sarge is saying, be late again.
Carl Ferguson, folks. Now he is queen of the 5.63 billion morons known on social media. Well, Carl, you are, as a matter of fact, you're welcome to address that in person if you just want to. You leave your tutu at home, but you're welcome to call up through here, click on the StreamYard thing, and we can discuss your unfortunate demise from king to queen. So this gentleman, he goes through, and I posted the link in the thread, and he breaks down a whole bunch of things that are just statements and opinions of Brett Payne. That's all they are. They in no way, shape, or form indicate that an American citizen committed a crime or was involved in a crime. And I think go ahead.
No, go ahead. What were you going to say?
I think what really bothers me the most is that the FBI told us what the car was, and 2 years later almost is telling us that is the car, the 11 to 13 around that house.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess if I'm going to be mad at anything, it's all of the people that try to twist or ignore that, discount that. When the fucking guy that examined the original images examined them, he identified a car. When he identified the 14 or 16, it was from a different video from a different location. He didn't say, oops, fucking oops. Okay? I thought it was a broad with 2 arms. She only had 1. That's not what he said. Okay? He said that the house had 11 to 13. That video image from that home showed that. And what is it she can't get in discovery? Is that complete video that he relied on to give that car's fucking make, year, model.
Yeah.
What does she have? She has a picture from a different area of a 2014 to 2016 Elantra that the FBI agent used to identify that car as a 14 to 16. He never fucking said, oops, it could have been an 11 to 14 or 11. He never fucking said that. He's very clear and concise, and he says something to the effect that I stand where I stand on the identification of the cars. And so for people to ignore that, just to run off with this, like the Daniel, the drunk turkeys of the world, and all these other goofballs, and the people that argue Brian's innocent are the same group of assholes that I just don't understand. Because the car is completely 11 to 13 around that house during the crime scene doesn't mean a fucking thing about Brian.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Here's what it does mean. A, it may have been involved. B, it may not have been involved. And that's all it means. Even though Dylan's testimony and the hours of the day or of night that she's putting forward are guesses that coincidentally fall in line with that particular car. So if people want to argue Brett Payne coerced her or she had other fucking people talking to her when she put that statement out, I wouldn't say that that's untrue, except how the fuck would she have known, or any of them people known at that time of night, that there was a car around that house? They wouldn't have known that early in their questioning of her. Do you follow me?
Right.
So when they saw this particular video and they knew what she had said, they made the connection. But that connection only exists in the mind of the fucking cop. Fair enough?
Yeah.
There's nothing to connect that car to this crime. You ever get mad, jump out your fucking car and take it out on your car? We've all done it. Dumb motherfuckers causing repair bills and oil changes prematurely. Right? You ever get mad and go stomp on the fucking throttle?
I've stomped on the throttle. Yeah, I thought you were saying take it out on your fucking car, like beat up your car or something.
Well, no, but you get mad and you pull away from somewhere fast, right?
Oh, yeah.
Huh. There's a billion reasons you can lie under the presence of that car. One of them being maybe it was involved in a crime, keyword being maybe. There is no footage showing any occupant or occupants of that car exiting the car and going into that home.
Right.
This is from the whole fucking point the PCA's been in existence. This is how you're supposed to observe what the police are telling you, folks. You really have to ask the questions. Okay, so you have a car circling the air. That sounds real suspicious. That's a car of interest. Oh, that fits exactly what the cops actually did on December 7th when they came out and gave us the information about a car that they had an interest in and that they identified. All of that fits as a reasonable understanding of what you're viewing. You know, for these jerk-offs that come out here and say, wow, they lied about the car to trick the criminals. No, yeah, that fucking, why didn't you call it a fucking Ford then? Right?
Yeah.
I mean, the way people have to add information that's not included in what's in front of their nose is what we've all been taught to do. We don't take what is and try to accept or understand it. We take what is and try to bend it into what we want it to mean. That's what we've all been taught to do.
And what I was going to say a minute ago is, you know, I haven't followed the Idaho4 in, I mean, almost a year. It held probably right at a year, really. And what I can say is I've seen a lot of shit on YouTube about it, and I haven't watched any of it. But I know you have. And sitting here today, I know that nothing fucking exists that changes my opinion of the case than it did 12 fucking months ago. Which is that we have no fucking idea if Brian did this or not. But we do know that the case is fucked from the word go. I mean, it's just the facts are what they fucking are. The PCA does not condemn him. It's not even fucking arrestable. Yeah,
exactly.
And I mean, that's my point is, you know, these people are still out here beating this dead fucking horse. I mean, it's the documents exist. They say what they fucking say. The reality is what the reality is. But it's still continuing to get pushed. But still just continuing to get pushed that he did it or he didn't do it. But nobody's pushing, hey, Moscow, why did you fucking arrest a guy with this bullshit? Why didn't you make a ham sandwich with a fucking PCA instead of putting a guy in jail for it? I mean, that's crazy.
Well, to me, the PCA was sufficient evidence to even seat a grand jury. There was suspicions in there, but here's the catch-22. Is that the FBI agent's description of that vehicle and Brian's description are different. That doesn't mean Brian isn't involved. Okay?
Right.
But that's a heavy coincidence. They're both Elantras, yet they're both from different time periods. You know what I mean? So that in and of itself is enough of a problem to deny probable cause. Because you now have to place Brian in the 11 to 13, and then you have to place the occupants of the vehicle in the house. And if you're going to say that the DNA proves Brian's presence, okay, fair enough. But you still have not put Brian Kohberger in the house. If all of this story that this jerk off, this guy couldn't suck dick if he had a fucking manual on how to do it. He can't even wipe his own ass without his mother's help, this Brett Payne. This guy's truly fucking lost. Nothing he's alleged can be confirmed. So the DNA is there. What does that mean? It just means there's DNA there from somebody. And you can extrapolate in your own head. You could make dreams that he did it. Fine. But you can't prove it. The DNA itself doesn't prove it. Right? Yeah. So what did this guy do with this fucking story? The magistrate, nobody should have signed off on that.
Well, and that's where I think my big fucking issue lies, right? Is and I'm going to relate this to Sebastian and the narrative pushing bullshit and political pressure. I believe they fucking made an arrest when they did because they had a lot of political pressure to fucking do so. I think that's why they did it. I think had they taken their fucking time, they may have built a fucking case that everybody could understand and everybody see, maybe, right?
I think it's even a little more sinister than that, to be honest.
Well, and it may very well be. I know where you're going with that. But nevertheless, would you say even in the sinister side of things, it's still somewhat political pressure?
It is pressure from above, whether it's political or because they know something we're not supposed to know. And to me, that's more likely, right? So here's what when you look, I'm going to explain what I see with Brett Payne, why I'm so hard on him. He's a rookie, folks. And he tells you that he's worked and depended upon all of these other people. Did they lead him down this path? I think some people in the Idaho State Police and Idaho Police Department did. To me, it looks clearly like the FBI did not lead him down that path. I don't think they did.
Yeah.
I think what the FBI did as a tip was exactly what they always do, and they don't want us to argue that point in public, and that needs to go to the courts. Do they have the access? Do they have the right to look at your third cousin removed to try to find you? So I have an unknown sample of DNA. Do I have the right to just go through every fucking DNA on earth to find you? No. Those people should be secure in their fucking... There needs to be, especially a law for the internet. But again, that's all of us getting together and demanding it, which is, 5.63 billion morons can all get together to be morons. Not fucking any of you can get together to do something good. But anyway, and that's Carl's fault, the queen, the firmament guy. You at least have one person to hold responsible for the whole fucking nightmare. Holy fuck. We ought to give him a oar with a hole in it and a canoe and send him to China. And see how long it takes for him to get to China. So I think it's sinister in that this gentleman was led down a path because, and he just ran with the path. And the path that he was being given were from fellow officers.
Yeah.
The information he was given were from fellow officers. And I honestly think when you read out, you got to watch some of these strips, these things from this guy. I don't present like this person does. I just fucking ramble. But you can rest assured that I don't ramble any invented fucking fact. I'm not going to say Brian Kohberger maybe made a U-turn and went back and did it. I'm not going to come up with that happy shit or some fucking reflection. All I'm going to say to you is everything I talk about is documented by the police and part of the court case. And that's all I'm referring to is to the guilt or innocence of anybody. I have no fucking idea, and I don't think I'll ever know. Do you? It's like Sebastian. You're never going to know.
Not until he's found.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
well, and that's what I was kind of getting at, right? Is this is kind of the conversation I've been having in the background a couple of times here lately is, you know, somebody will say, well, I'm, you know, convinced Seth had something to do with it. I'm convinced Katie had something to do with it. I'm convinced Chris had something to do with it. And, you know, I don't understand why they're not making an arrest. And I'm like, it's real fucking simple. They do not have Sebastian.
And they don't have evidence that anybody that they potentially would arrest had anything to do with or any contact with Sebastian. It would be his disappearance.
And that's my problem with the internet, right? I've watched enough, especially with Sebastian's case, and you know, being here and seeing the shit go down and seeing what's happening and watching it all very closely. It's fucking insane.
It is.
Because it's a matter of you have thousands of fucking people. You have an entire fucking group of people that want to paint a narrative, but the narrative they are painting already doesn't fucking make sense. Nobody is pushing the narrative of, well, if he wasn't seen and Katie was the last one with him, she is suspect number one. No, they're pushing the narrative that Chris is suspect number one because he's an asshole. And I'm like, if y'all had it your way, let's run down this path, right? Chris is an asshole. The hundreds of thousands of you that want to believe he's an asshole, therefore he's guilty of whatever happens to Sebastian. Okay, let's say you pressure Sumner County to arrest him and he's convicted. And then Sebastian comes home all of a sudden and is like, haha, I fucking got all of y'all. What do you do then? Right? What do you do then? You've arrested somebody that you can't prove did a fucking thing just because you don't like shit he has said or done.
In fact, the Sebastian Rogers case, in my opinion, shows exactly the fucking how many of the morons exist on the internet.
Right, but those same morons that exist on the internet don't just reside within the walls of the fucking internet. These are
no. But all of these fucking people are clearly don't understand what probable cause is.
Right. They don't care. That's the thing. They don't care. You have a lot of fucking people passionate about you need to fucking arrest this person. You need to arrest that person.
Right.
And it's
not only because they're uneducated myths. They're witless people.
Yeah.
You know, and look at being stupid takes just the same amount of time as being brilliant. There's just no two ways about it. You can spend 10 years fucking you live your life ignorant. And you depend on other people to tell you what to think and how to frame things in the context of what you're seeing should be held within. It's just retarded. I mean, people think rocket science is some big, I'm not a rocket scientist. That ain't the smartest level of humanity, let me tell you. It's a fucking machine, okay? It's an engine. Is it complicated? Yeah, but
at the end of the day, it's a step right above the caveman who lit a fire.
It's a fucking way to disperse fire, for fuck's sake. That's what I'm saying. We've mastered fire as much as you're going to probably master fire. I give us credit for that. But come on, folks, let's move on. Okay, let's get electricity without having to make all this fucking fire. How about that as a goal?
Yeah.
And it's possible. It literally is possible. So, and yeah, but people just don't have the wherewithal. They don't want to invest the time to think, and they don't want people to be offended. They want to be part of a clique. They don't even know they want to be. I don't want to be in anyone's clique. If you click me, I'm kicking you right in the fucking dick. I don't want to be in your clique. Okay? There's nothing in your clique that I need to make me feel like a human being. I'm fucking awesome. Literally, bro. I'm sitting here contemplating putting an 1100 horsepower engine in my car. What are you people doing?
What? Praying that you buy some bigger fucking rotors to stop that bitch.
Motherfucker. No, we're gonna need rotors bigger than a fucking pipe plate. Fucking crazy. No, I got the brakes on it. But anyway, yeah. And in this case, it's very, very sad that so many, both of these cases, take them both.
Yeah.
And people not understanding that. Facts are facts until they're not.
Right.
That's the easiest way to look at information. Facts are facts until they're not. Right?
Yep.
And now facts are facts. Is the earth warming? Sure it is. That's a fact. I don't dispute that at all. Now, if you want to get into the understanding of why that's happening, I'd be happy to engage on that. But there's a wide amount of issues there. It isn't just it's CO2. No, it's not. Okay. And even if it is, that's part of it. Let's give you a little pat on the back. That's part of it. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. What about the fact that we're recovering from an ice age and that we haven't even returned to the pre-ice age temperatures? Does that seem likely that might be part of it, Cletus?
Yeah.
Right? The last ice age ended in 1850, for fuck's sakes. And, you talk to anybody on that topic, and most of these fucking devout global warmers have no idea that that's true. And then you got to make them look it up while you're standing there. You got a phone, look that shit up. I've done that to a few people. How many glaciers on Earth? I don't know. Give me a number. I don't know. 25? Look that shit up. I make them look it up. And they're like, yeah. I said, I put that in your phone, right? I'm a fucking magician. That number, 197,000, somehow I put it on your phone to look up. Dickhead.
I see a comment that says an undetected lie becomes the truth and ... And I would suggest that what comes after that ... is the way it should read is an undetected lie becomes the truth to a fucking idiot. Right. I mean, that's just is what it is, because if you believe something on its face without verifying it, then you're an idiot.
An undetected lie becomes the truth. It doesn't become the truth. It's always going to be a lie. An undetected lie is an undetected lie. It isn't. Right. It doesn't automatically become truthful because people didn't notice it. But many undetected lies go unnoticed because people don't question the stuff that they're seeing or hearing. That's the problem. We've been taught not to question, just to take this. This is what you need to know. So when you get all these big streamers out here that are telling you all of these stories that Brian didn't do it, they're spinning their fucking wheels. What do you mean he didn't do it? How do you know? You don't know. You can say, based on Brett Payne's PCA, he didn't do it, and then I would be in agreement with you. But the physical idea that he never did it is just unknowable. And that's the God honest truth about it. It's unknowable. It's like Sebastian. What happened to him? We won't know until he's found. Everything else is subjective. It's a waste of fucking time. It's unknowable until you find the young man. Yeah. And even then, there's no guarantee that that's going to tell you what happened because you don't know in what state you're going to find him. It's been almost a year. It'll be a year soon, right? In February?
Yeah, February 26th.
Right. I mean, it's a long time, man.
Yeah, it is.
So, you don't even want to get into all the variables of how you would find the kid, but people know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
It could be anything from him jumping fucking rope or whatever, or something nefarious. But that still doesn't mean you're going to, unless he's alive and communicate with you, you're never going to know. And even if he's alive and can communicate with you, he could say nothing.
Yeah. No,
right?
That's absolutely true.
He could show up tomorrow and go home and live at his house.
That's true as well.
Right?
Yep.
He's a minor. What are you going to do? Make him pay the bill? Ooh. He didn't commit a crime, did he?
I think at this point, there would be people that want to see him convicted of something.
Right. But did he commit a crime?
No.
You got probable cause to be pissed off, but that's about it, folks. Take your fucking feelings and, it's like wiping your ass with no fucking paper between your hand and your asshole, right? No one going to get shit on is you. Yeah, they're claiming we're going to have a windstorm up here tomorrow, so I can't wait to go outside and pee and see how that works out. I'll feel like one of the 5.63 billion, finally, right? Let me in on that fucking click. Oh,
just lay on your back first.
Well, then I should be fine if the wind is high enough, right? I could say this is Las Vegas night here at the fucking Sarge Corral, the Sarge Hotel. I could be the fountain out front of the fucking. Don't send it south, Sarge. You keep it. Let me see. It's been wine and raining here for 3 days. The Banfield body cam is going to be no, not that we're aware of. All of that other stuff, Chris, needs to be thrown out. I don't even want to hear about the Banfield, the grub truck. That's why this guy only gets 75% of my okay. He does extrapolate through the documents and shows you these things plain Englishly spoken by Brett and his fucking statements, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then ask you the question: would you be okay being arrested like that? All of a sudden, this guy's car is nowhere, and then it shows up out of the fucking blue and Idaho Road or somewhere like that.
Indian
Boom,
Hills, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Indian Hills, bam, there's a car. Well, where is it between then and there with all your fucking cameras? Well, we can't find it. How about when Brett Payne is asked on the stage, did you track his car anywhere in any of the areas you said were south? No, I didn't. Well, I wasn't the only one doing it. I was, other people were looking at it. And how many, did you guys show the location? No, we didn't. So he even admits the map he drew is a possible. The car that he sees to make that map, he can't confirm is Kohberger. He admits that shit on the stand.
Right.
But with him not even being on the stand, the idea this kid is driving south of Moscow doesn't make him part of the murder scene. It's exculpatory. It puts him away from the crime.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I've got a question since I haven't really followed it. Has the potential exculpatory evidence that's exclusive to Bethany Funk, things that she saw and heard, has that ever come out?
No. And I don't know that we're ever going to hear it if the motion to suppress, if justice is done based on the Constitution and the limits the government has to accuse you and destroy your life, if justice is held to that standard, that there are limits, and they crossed them here, I completely can agree with any reasonable person suspecting Kohberger, but I cannot agree with that same person then becoming an unreasonable fucking jerk off and writing a story to get him indicted for 4 murders. I don't give a fuck if you found the DNA there. The car doesn't belong to him around the house. The car that you did identify that might be him is nowhere near the fucking house. And it's long after the crime and long before the crime. So at different points in his investigation, Cletus, he was supposed to stop. Right? Mm-hmm. So when the kid's phone stopped reporting to the network and they lost all fucking ability to trace this guy, all ability to trace him until 4:38 that same morning, that all by itself was enough to stop investigating Brian Kohberger. Do you understand?
Yeah, no, I agree.
That wasn't what you were supposed to put in the PCA to get him arrested. That's just an opinion that period of time was when he turned his phone off to hide himself, to go commit the crime and then show up. Holy fuck. Man, it's like being in a divorce court and the wife says something that is completely fucking false, and so does she, because she's got titties, they listen.
Well, it worked for Dylan, didn't
it? Yeah. I mean, do you believe we know the truth about the cause of D3? What?
Death. Do you believe we know the truth about the cause of death?
Well, I don't know. I don't think what we've been given suggests an edged weapon. That's as far as I can understand. Anything else is speculation by us out here on the internet that we shouldn't be speculating about. We should really be asking the fucking officials in Idaho, what in the fuck are you people doing here? We shouldn't be out here arguing whether this kid did it or not. That's not even relevant when you look at the kind of work these folks did. And here's the best part about their work, Cletus. They knew enough to follow the kid around. They knew enough to get a cigarette butt from some other suspect and get it tested. Mm-hmm. They make solid points and explaining some of their activity, which shows that these people understand how police work is to be carried out. Yet they dropped the ball when it came to arresting somebody.
Well, they knew enough on November 29th to be able to fucking go and get a search warrant for him, but they didn't.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I mean, at the end of the day, I would consider that completely reasonable. Even if it were me, I wouldn't have a problem with that. If you show up, you've got a search warrant, and I read the search warrant, and I'm like, oh yeah, I do have a white alarm. Well, my phone was in that area. Okay, yeah. I mean, I can't really say shit. Search away.
I suppose this probably could have happened. And again, this is my opinion based on what I've read and watched Brett Payne testify to. I suspect that when he issued the initial warrant for that period of time, that the carrier sent them the whole fucking time they had him as a customer. Remember, that phone was turned on in June, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Right? And I think what happened was the carrier sent this guy all of that information. And I think it's because of that he got tunnel vision. It's because he had the idea and knowledge that there were 12 other times he was in that area at the similar times of day and night. I think that's what triggered Brett Payne to go so hard for Brian Kohberger. So I'm trying to give the guy at least the benefit of the doubt. And I think the argument that he issued a second warrant, I think the second warrant was issued to cover the documents he already had in his hand. If it was issued at all, it may never have been issued based on what Anna's showing us. There's an argument there was no second warrant. I don't know if you're aware of that, but when you watch the hearing, you can see that that's what they're pointing out to the court. Where is this warrant that you claim allowed you a 6-month journey into this guy's timeline?
Yeah. No, I mean, it's a fair point.
You know, I guess I've been watching a bunch of different stuff since, even though I've been streaming a lot. And that's kind of one of the reasons I come out the last few times, just to get the shit off my chest. It seems to me that we've lost all ability to communicate. And I just get mad. If you were in here telling me about, they got us, if you were like arguing like fucking Tommy and all these other jerk offs are arguing about whether he did or didn't do it, man, we'd be having a fucking blow up show in here. I just can't really understand how folks think that that's their responsibility to determine guilt or innocence of another citizen. It's just not your fucking job. Yeah. Your job stops at electing and holding officials accountable. That's it. It's the court's job to do what you think you're doing out here.
I wonder if it would be a good thing because one of the problems I've had with the entire Idaho4 thing is I can't put it all on Brett Payne, because at the end of the day, he handed a piece of paper to an official that said, "Yeah, I'll sign off on that." But at some point, somebody's got to be held accountable, and accountability in terms of not winning a fucking election is not that's not enough to make it okay that you improperly arrested somebody or unreasonably arrested somebody. And I wonder when the day's going to come where that shit actually becomes a crime and more than just a civil matter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, again, somewhere, and that's what I mean about how our system has been. People have corrupted it because they believe in information instead of what I keep trying to, without saying it over and again, show you. You have to examine and understand what you have, and that's it. Move on. Move on. I mean, I've gone through these stages myself, trying to solve the crime, trying to figure who's innocent or guilty. I've gone through those stages, and I went through that in politics too, until finally I just woke up. Like, that's really not my responsibility to know whether you committed the fucking crime or not. The only thing I could be accountable to is the process under which you were discovered. How did they find you? How did they name you? What evidence do they have? That's what a responsible citizen is supposed to pay attention to. If you're going to pay attention to crime at all or politics and all of these accusations, I mentioned Trump earlier. The whole process of an indictment is to prevent the fucking government from destroying you with accusations. Look what they're doing to Matt Gaetz. They're saying this guy was with an underage fucking girl and he was banging her and paying her.
Yeah.
Right? There's no evidence of that. The Department of Justice reviewed what was being said in Congress because they submitted a referral, and they completely ignored the fucking referral because there was nothing in there. Everything they allege is countered by evidence that shows it's untrue. Even the people that they say were there to confirm it, to admit that that's not true. He wasn't here. Yet they went on all of this like the January 6th thing. They don't want to tell you the involvement of the government. They don't want to tell you the incitement that most likely took place by FBI people. Maybe when the guys, and this is how they're smarter than you people, and they cause all of you to lose your fucking mind. When Ray said there were no FBI agents present in that crowd, he wasn't lying to you. There just wasn't any FBI agents in that crowd. Now, there were FBI informants, but that's not an FBI agent. It's just like when Dr. Fauci said that the institute, the Wuhan Institute, okay, had nothing to, did not create that virus, did not modify that virus. He said it over and over and over again. Why? because the Wuhan Institute is the fucking name of the agency that handles the grant money, you dumb fucks. It's not the lab that does the work. Okay? So how about you ask them the right fucking question, you stupid motherfuckers? Just like Christopher Wray. Were there any people in the crowd directly or had a direct affiliation with the FBI and not by employment? Now, that's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if the Wuhan lab didn't make the virus, did the university around the corner that works in fucking that has the actual laboratory, did they do it? And did your money from the Wuhan lab that handles the grant supply the money for them to do that? Those are the questions that should have been asked. And the politicians know these questions. They make Ray look like he's lying. Well, he didn't lie to you. I don't give a fuck what you say. When he says there was no FBI agent in the crowd, man ain't lying. Should he have admitted? Well, there were some informants there. If he knew, I think that's his responsibility to say there. And 3 of those informants were arrested and involved in the fucking mayhem. That's important to know, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
At the time it all happened, not fucking 3 years later, 5 years later. We are a fucked up mess because we don't pay attention to the process. We don't pay attention to what our officials are doing on our behalf.
No, we're okay with being half informed and entertained with it.
Right. We've turned this all into a big pile of entertainment. It's entertaining to talk about Sebastian. It's entertaining about the fucking 2-titted lady with 3 sags, right?
Yeah.
It's fucking incredible how we've allowed ourselves to slip down this fucking slippery slope of fucking oblivion. And then we sit around outraged all the time. How could they not arrest Katie? Well, how could you not know how the system works, you stupid motherfucker? What kind of a fucking rockhead are you to ask that kind of a question? And then not ask the question, what was it that confirmed that Kohberger did it? You know, if there's secret evidence that people they all want to drop on unverifiable arguments. Did he do it? He must have done a U-turn. Or there's a secret informant that they haven't told us about. It doesn't work like that, folks. All of you people with these thought experiments that are going to use evidence that's unverifiable, and you're going to come out and argue that unverifiable shit is the reason the cops are doing what they're doing, you couldn't be a bigger idiot for viewing the world that way. An idiot couldn't fucking, on his own accord, be that idiotic. You've got to step outside of being an idiot. You can't suppose that some secret fucking evidence exists, because that's not how American jurisprudence works. If there was a other source, like we know the FBI is a source, Cletus, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If you were a source, your information would be relevant. Your identity would be locked in a fucking safe. Follow me?
Yeah.
And if they had direct evidence that Brian Kohberger was part of this crime, where is it in the PCA?
Right.
Why is it all fucking you gotta follow this guy's story? He uses 12 fucking times he was in the area to suggest to the reader that this kid stalked these people. Oh yeah, he's gotta be the guy. Who would do that? Then you got some guy, big fucking book writing fucking detective out here on YouTube. There's another guy I wouldn't wipe my fucking ass with his face. Jerk off drying around pine trees trying to cite the house on a 1-lane fucking road, claiming Kohberger parked over here and watched him. You know, what was that? Gray? What's his name?
Hughes?
I think that's who did it, these jerk off. Oh, look, I found a glove by a garbage can. It's probably his own glove.
Oh, no, that was McDonough.
That was another guy. Yeah, there's a few of them out there.
Yeah.
Man, I just find it a bit obnoxious that none of us actually stop to question our own fucking thinking and what we're doing. I want Sebastian found. I think all the people involved in looking for him are doing all that can be done, right?
Yeah, no, I agree, right? I think all the people looking for him is too small of a number, because I quite honestly, from what I see on the ground, it's more people trying to. I mean, there's literally people calling into the fucking sheriff's department, calling the sheriff, emailing the fucking sheriff's department, emailing the sheriff, you know, demanding that they do something, demanding that they hold the sheriff accountable for not prosecuting so-and-so for so-and-so. And it's like, what in the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? There is a kid missing and you motherfuckers are attacking the sheriff. For what? Has he got him? Did he take him? Then leave him the fuck alone.
And there's only so, you know.
I was just going to say their only interest in this is because there is a child missing and it has gained national attention. And I get that and can understand and appreciate that completely. But they go so far beyond the realm of that in and of itself. And you've got people from fucking up north writing and calling into the fucking sheriff here bitching about things that are completely fucking unrelated. And it's like, what in the fuck is happening? What's happening with this? It's crazy.
It's gone off the rails because that's where people find themselves to be the most comfortable.
Yeah.
You know, I before you leave or run on here, I want to say this. You know, a lot of people probably wake up every day, or at least at one point in their life, kind of looked around and wondered, what the hell are we all doing here? Right? And then the same group of people, this is all of us. Whether you've thought that or not, now that I've made that statement, maybe you'll ask yourself that question. What are we all doing here? And then you go to work and you find fucking jobs to do everything to try to take us away from here. And really, the only reason we're here is for each other. That's it. That's the only reason you're here. What is life all about? Well, it's all about each other. And yet it seems to me that people don't even have the simplicity of thought to understand that that's true. There's no other reason why you're here. You're here for others, period.
Yeah.
And even in the world that we've created, even in this shit show of fucking existence under which we are the most uneducated fucking morons with the most ability to educate ourselves than anyone in history, you can learn how to fly a fucking helicopter at your desktop. Okay? You can understand nuclear power from your phone. You can learn Einstein's theory of relativity while taking a shit. I have. And yet, and yet, the simplest question of all, why are we here? Is always like, well, we're here for each other. What do you mean, what the fuck, why are we here? Why do cattle fucking roam in herds? Why do horses not hang out with elephants? You stupid fucks. That's all we're here for is each other. And every job you have is for what? For each other. Every fucking thing that we get employed and paid to do is for what? For somebody else's needs. Stupid motherfuckers. All 8 billion of us. It's not that hard to understand. And if we paid attention to why we're here, okay? Like I was in the Gunner show, that fat bastard that don't know how to stop drinking but tried and failed.
Yeah.
Love that guy. I really do. I'm not, he understands. I'm not insulting him. I'm just pointing out who he is, okay? Love that guy. It's not acceptable that we allow corporations to enslave 40 million people so that we can have a cell phone. And we all fucking know it. And we don't do anything about it. We argue that's capitalism. You're fucking wrong. Rockefeller's oil company, they getting chopped up. Why do you think he was chopped up? Why do you think monopoly rules were put in? Okay? There's a whole bunch of reasons this country exists, folks. And the primary reason is for each other. That's it. When you boil down what they tried to create here, it wasn't all of this fucking God crazy fucking shit you all want to interpret into it. It's simple. We are one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. It's about us, all of us. And yet, we're just too fucking ignorant because we've been detrained on how to think. We've become believers of knowledge. We've become believers of information and don't believe in each other anymore. As a matter of fact, what you do believe to be true is somebody's going to rob you, cheat you, sneak up on you, harm you. Fair enough?
No, that's fair.
And that we've done to ourselves because we don't understand how simple it is to be a human and to actually do what we're here to do, which is take care of each other. Instead, we come out here in the fucking masses of 5.63 billion with that fucking Carl Ferguson, the queen of these fucking morons, and waste our fucking time away spinning our fucking wheels on shit that doesn't even have any relevance to the ability for you to live. Meanwhile, there's people all over the world starving to death and dying. Yeah, I agree. Some of them should move away from the sand to where the fucking food is grown. I can accept common sense. So some of your arguments probably have merit, but maybe we ought to communicate them to the people that would affect. It is funny though, right?
No, it is fucking funny.
Yeah, and it's tragic that through all of our existence that people don't seem to realize we shouldn't need conquest by fucking weapon. We should be conquering the world because of how well we do here and how well we treat each other and how fair it is and how you can come from nothing and be something. Now we see that happens a lot, and we see some of it, but that should be applicable to everybody. And it's just kind of strange how we focus, like, I'm going to put a fucking 1,100 horsepower motor in my car. That's probably the most unneeded fucking thing any human being could do. Right? I'm first to admit it. Start that shit up. You'll hear it.
It may get rid of you quicker, which will be for the benefit of others somewhere for sure.
Yeah. You won't have to listen to Uncle fucking Sarge. Unbelievable.
Oh, fuck.
You entertain them for 1 minute. I'm going to grab a drink, and then if you want to hang up, you can.
Well, I was seeing Carl ask this question, and I saw him ask it earlier today about what I think about the date, the significance of the date that Sebastian went missing. And, you know, I mean, there's no lie to tell when I read that on that paperwork and was like, well, fuck, that's the same day as he went missing. You know, was the same day that Katie had filed for divorce. It's interesting, seriously fucking interesting. However, that's about as far as I can go with it for sure, and really chase, because I did chase it for a minute in my mind and it led fucking nowhere. At the end of the day, I think there are a lot of things that are coincidental per se in his case and with his situation. And this may very well just be another one of those unfortunate fucking coincidences. And I know a lot of people don't believe in coincidences, and, you know, maybe there is no such thing as a coincidence, but I don't know that it's necessarily related to anything to do with how or why he went missing.
What is he recovering, Sebastian?
Yeah, Carl had asked what we thought about the date, the significance of the date that Sebastian went missing, because it was 8 years to the day from when Katie filed for divorce from Seth.
Maybe it was his chosen date for him to divorce them.
You know, I mean, it could very well be. And I was just saying, I mean, I think it could just be another one of the coincidences in this case, or wild, you know, things with this case, right?
Like Kohberger's car being the same make model.
Right, exactly. I mean, people say coincidences don't happen, but I mean, there's plenty of fucking examples about how they absolutely do.
They do.
Is it one that I find highly suspicious? Sure. But I can't sit and fucking put any real weight in it because there's just nothing else there.
Right. And that's, you know, what's even worse about the Idaho case versus Sebastian is Sebastian, you really literally have no information. And you do have information with Idaho. And yet everybody wants to ignore that information or interpret it the way they want to interpret it to come to a conclusion they decided is the right conclusion.
Yeah.
It's sad, man. Poor Sebastian. Well, or maybe not. The kid might be living a high life. Who knows?
Where I like to think of it, right, is he said, fuck all of y'all, I'm out. And he's out with, you know, I don't know, somebody that looks better than Betty and happy.
I'm one of those people, and I did it at 14.
Do what?
I'm one of those people, and I did it at 14.
That's
always been one of my thoughts, that he just decided enough is enough, and he got up and got out of there because he was the problem for all of them.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
In one sense or another.
Well, and I mean, you know, I think at this point it's safe to say that, you know, with the whole information about the emails that they had all, you know, been communicating, trying to solve a problem, right?
Right.
And look at places to potentially send him to get help. I don't know how it's unreasonable to assume that a 15-year-old would become aware of that potential plan and say, fuck that, I'm gone. I think that's completely reasonable. There's nothing to show that happened, but I think it's a reasonable scenario. That's
the difficulty with both of these cases, except in the one case, there is argument to show the police got it wrong. And it's their job to correct the record. It's not up to me to give excuses that, well, maybe the FBI guy made a mistake, or maybe there's a secret witness. It's not my job to support their work. It's my job to look and critique their work and or you know, accept their work at face value. There should be no ambiguity in the fact that somebody killed fucking 4 people. I shouldn't have to tell you a story about the man named fucking Jed to get you to understand my point of view. I don't want your point of view. I want evidence that he was in that home and committed those crimes. And before you go, I want to share this with you.
All right.
Okay. I suggest, folks, that if Brian Kohberger, here's what this guy said. I'm sorry, but I'm glad there's 80 people in here now. I need the audience to answer this. In one statement from Brett Payne, this guy put something out that appears to be official, but I don't know that it is. And Brett Payne said that the house smelled of bleach and cleaning solutions, or it could have been decomposition. Did anyone ever see any document that said that in relation to Brett Payne? I don't remember seeing that at all.
I've never seen that, and that makes no fucking sense to me, for multiple reasons.
It makes no sense to me either, right?
I mean, bleach and decomp smell nothing the fuck alike. Cleaning solution and decomp smell nothing the fuck alike. And, 8 hours after people have been murdered in a home, I can't imagine that much decomp has really fucking occurred. So what the fuck?
I would think enough decomp has occurred to provide some type of odor, no?
I mean, I'm sure there was some level of odor from the amount of blood that's obviously at the scene, but decomp wouldn't be what I would describe that as. I mean, I've never been at a fucking scene like that, so I can't say, but I have been to slaughterhouses, and, I can't imagine blood from an animal smells significantly different than blood from a human. And I don't know. That statement just doesn't work.
Well, it's not just the blood. It's all the chemical reactions and releases of all the bacteria from your intestines and from your everything. I mean, when you die, 8 hours is enough, isn't it, for your body to shit and piss itself? And
I would think, yeah.
I'm afraid to look it up on my computer in case somewhere down the road I commit a crime and they got there's a record of a search.
Yeah, when they have that right? And that fucking ring on at your property, they're going to be like, "That's our fucking guy."
That shit it just ain't right. I think I may have. Or is this the one where he did that? Maybe not. He does go after the parents quite a bit. And I'm not. I really don't give a fuck what the parents think, say, or do. It's they lost their fucking child. They could tell me the sun fucking revolves around the fucking Pluto. I don't give a fuck. I just see what they're doing and what they're experiencing differently. I don't want to judge them. It's like I don't want to judge Katie and fucking Chris or even the fucking fat bastard. Although I do judge him by calling him a fat bastard. So what do I know?
I call that more trolling him than judging him.
Yeah. I don't know the guy. What the fuck? Well, yeah. So you're cool. I'm going to go for a little while longer. I was looking for that document because I want people to see that.
All right. Well, I'm going to hop down. Thanks, sir. See you later.
All right. Talk to you. So anyway, in this person's document, he claims that it was in his affidavit. Brett Payne's affidavit. And I've never seen that. This is it right here. I found it. All right, I'm going to present this. I've never seen this document before. If any of you have seen this, and I don't even know that it's an honest document, you want to know the truth. But this person's claiming that it is. And this is the one thing that I found in a little bit of scanning I've done. And I'll read it. It says, Brett Payne's Exhibit A affidavit. Oh, shit. It played right through it. Stop that. The house smelled like bleach or other chemicals used to destroy or distort evidence of any kind. Or maybe the stench of decomposing bodies was too much for the roommates until they were all allowed to leave. Open door. Now, I don't remember reading that. Do any of you remember that? Anybody from the YouTube, from the true crime? I need to write down, maybe I'll give it to you folks right now. It's at 13 minutes and 21 seconds of this guy's stream. I don't know. I know I'm positive I've never seen that. But it's being presented as an exhibit. I, Brett Payne, were number one. Affidavit. The house smelled like bleach. Where the fuck did he get that from? And again, I can't confirm it. And so, that's the first I've ever seen it. And I don't know the person that put that together. Grant says he calls bullshit. Well, it's easy enough to call bullshit. I mean, I'm not going to say it isn't bullshit. I'm not going to argue the guy's right. I can't do that, in all fairness. I don't have that capacity to say that. But it is quite interesting. We know that house had a whole bunch of people. I don't know that maybe it was sealed info. We'll have to see if this does come forward. But again, that's just outrageous if that was like that. Yeah, thank you. Not see why not. Yeah, I've never read it either. Or maybe the stench of decomposing bodies was too much for the roommates until they were allowed to leave. What a great pearl. Yeah, on the date. Yeah, that to me is a very suspicious statement made by the police officer that would then incriminate the people. But that statement right there that he puts up on his stream, and I did link everybody to it. And his name is Idaho4 Revealed, and I will make sure I post it again. Maybe I'll put it on a banner. Create a banner. Here we go. Here we go. All right, show. There it is. And the person's name is Idaho4 Revealed. And if people can attempt to get in touch with this person or question this person, I'd like to see exactly where that comment came from. That document came from Pavarotti. Boy, that's disappointing. Somebody commented in my chat that I made comments that I was disparaging Pavarotti. I don't give a fuck about any of you creators out here. Not out here to be their friends. When they say some fucking bullshit, though, and it comes across my attention, then I'm going to fucking speak up. If I say bullshit, I expect you to do the same thing. I'm not immune to it, nor do I fucking fear it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And you can show me I'm wrong. You can make fun of me if I'm wrong. Whatever the fuck you want, doesn't matter. Just show me where I'm wrong. Educate me. I've seen some of the videos, not this one though. Yep. I've skimmed through some of the videos. That's what I do, folks. I pop through videos. I don't watch hours of streams at a time. Yeah, and so I suspect, but here's what this says to me though. Let's say that that's true. Do you know what immediately came to mind when I read that? What do you think came to my mind, folks? I'll give you I'll tell you, but what do you think what comes to your mind when you read that? Let's take this as a fact, although it's not. Let's, for the sake of pretend that this is accurate. Let's pretend that this is accurate. What comes to mind when you read that? Roommates are more suspicious, says Donald. Yep, he's from Twitch. What is that? What comes to mind, Carl? What comes to mind, Gray? Somebody in the house cleaned it up. Okay. What else comes to mind? Anything from the information that we were given? Is there anything from... There you go, Chris. Thank you, Chris. That's exactly what popped into my mind. And what popped into my mind when I read this was, it's okay. I'm here to help you. That's exactly what entered my mind when I read that. Do you remember that statement she said she heard from a man? Was that statement being spoken to her? So again, I'm that's why, like, some of the things, like, you see Pavarotti say some stuff and he makes an argument about something of information. I don't know if the information is true, and I don't want to speculate. But when I read that, that's what entered my mind. And again, this is all pretend. This never happened as far as I know. And if it did, then you might want to try to realize, like we just did. But all of what we just did is pretend. I see Butterhead on a thumbnail and can't resist. I don't know what the hell that is. So that was also the significance of why that caught my attention, because I always found that to be a rather staggering statement. It's okay, I'm here to help you. That sounds like something being said to you, right? Or to somebody that was able to. You clearly didn't say that to the fucking wall. You said that to a living, breathing human being. And as far as we know, there were only two of them in that house. So when she hears, and this, forget this statement about, forget anything. Let's just look at that statement. It's okay. I'm here to help you. That's a statement that's very, very unique. That statement tells us a lot. Okay, I'm here to help you. It tells you that they're communicating with somebody that's alive and either needs assistance, okay, obviously, and that they're here to provide that. So that tells me they're not talking to a deceased victim. They're talking to a victim that's awake. Or if it is a victim in the process of becoming deceased, let's say they are dying, and you say that to them as you lay their head back down, that doesn't sound consistent with the crime scene. Under what circumstances in this particular crime scene would the killer make that statement to the victims that he killed? Right? That also sounds something like a police officer would say when they come upon you and you're startled. They're like, it's okay, I'm here to help. In other words, I'm not here to arrest you. I'm not here to do anything like that. I'm here to help. Right? That's something maybe a first responder would say if they come upon you unexpectedly on your behalf. Right? So if that statement is, and if that statement is accurate, that's exactly what she heard, because that's what she told us she heard. You have to accept that. This document that I have on the screen, you can ignore that. You could consider that, but there's no, until it's a verifiable fact, we don't even know that that's true. But that statement there, true or false, is what prompted me to start looking again at, it's okay, I'm here to help you. That sounds like a comment that was stated to Dylan. And my fair estimation that was said to Dylan or Bethany, not to one of the victims upstairs. And if said to Dylan or and Bethany, was that person there to clean the house? I mean, you could really open up a whole different path to questioning here and look for information to see if there's any reason to support that path. Unlike fucking Brett Payne, he didn't do any of that. When he found out he couldn't locate Brian near that house at all during those hours, he should have stopped his investigation. It's over. You can't place him at the scene of the crime. Finding a piece of transfer DNA that may or may not belong to him, but even if it did belong to him, still falls short of charging him with a crime because you can't place him in that house. DNA in and of itself is not a determining factor in a vacuum. You can't say I got DNA, right, in the middle of fucking space and say that proves something. It proves nothing. Okay? Well, you've got to buy her story as it is. And if you're going to discount her story, that's fine. But you can't fill in the blanks of what this kind of like what I just did here. We try to avoid doing this. That's why I keep saying this is pretend. This isn't real. I don't know this information to be fact. But factual or unfactual as I believe it to be, it did make me think about that comment. It's okay. I'm here to help you. That comment, folks, again, this guy's statement on the screen may have nothing to do with it, but that is an awfully strange fucking comment to make. Don't you agree? If Liam heard that, she heard so much more. Well, I don't, my supposition has always been that you could place the victims in the home before, during, and after the crime. You could place the victims in home that give you all the information you need except the crime. Let me just tell you how unusual that is, folks. Imagine being in the midst of this and your statements determine a timeline. Okay, there's truly 4 dead bodies in that home. And these girls can give you all the information you need before, during. Okay, but then they go off fucking line for 8 hours. And there's no information about that 8 hours. Do you follow me? That's why I've always considered the surviving victims involved in the crime, not because I have evidence that they did it, but that circumstantial path is stronger than the guy's phone turned off and I saw him in Indian Hills fucking 2 hours later. Okay? That guy's car, but you can't even confirm. And this is what stunned me with Brett Payne, is none of the cars identified, the 11 to 13, the 14 to 6, none of them can be identified to belong to Brian Kohberger. None. And yet the fucking morons out here still want to argue the kid did it or didn't do it. Just because none of the cars can't be connected to Brian Kohberger and any of the imagery that they have, they can't place Brian Kohberger in that car or say with certainty that that car belongs to Brian. That's enough to end your case. Okay? Circumstantial evidence, folks, has to be a direct line to the fucking crime. It can't be one piece of fucking random DNA that's transfer DNA found within the crime scene, among other fucking DNA samples in the crime scene. You got 4 samples there, 1 outside and 3 among the victims. You can't pick and fucking choose. But if you're going to pick one of them, and you're going to get an identity of that person, but all the information you have tells you he was everywhere except that house, you have to move on. And what do? You approach the individual. You don't arrest them and charge them with quadruple fucking homicide. This is what Ann Taylor's trying to show. This is her argument. And asking all these questions. So the prosecutor, we're not using the PCA in the prosecution. We're using the indictment. Well, your indictment, it's the only reason you indicted the guy was the PCA. And whether you want to use it or not, it's a part of this case. No, they don't. That would have to be discovered, Don. See, that's what I mean. When you have to create something that there's no documentation for, you just jumped off the rails and landed on the crazy train running next to you. It's like I was saying about that guy's statement about it smelling like bleach. There's no evidence to support that Brett Payne ever said that other than what that guy posted on his screen. That's why I say it's pretend. If somebody can confirm that screen, then it's a fact, right? So when you say maybe they have more evidence in his car, just sealed it too till trial. No, all the motions she's filing, this is what I've said the whole time. The PCA is the accusatory instrument. The preponderance of evidence needs to be given to the court that signs that warrant to arrest, because the court's job is to determine the likelihood the person did it, right? We didn't even info on victims' fingernails too. No, there's a lot we don't know, right? There's a lot we don't know. But what we have been told has not been disputed by the prosecution. As a matter of fact, in one case, the prosecution went crazy that Ann was even asking the public if they were aware that Brian Kohberger was accused of stalking the victims prior to the crime. And the prosecution flipped out and dragged her into court to get rid of that question. Yet, when you read the PCA, when you watch the reports in the media and the people interpret what those 12 previous visits in that area were, they were all about him stalking and planning this crime. That's the basis to show that Brian Kohberger's entire existence on this earth was to go to school, become a criminologist, and commit homicides. That's the whole basis under which all of that slander was heaped on this kid, those 12 previous trips. And the prosecutor came out, and even the judge says, we know he wasn't stalking them. The judge didn't say to Ann Taylor that it was disingenuous for you to say there was no DNA found, and then a list of everywhere this kid ever was. It's disingenuous for you to say that there was no electronic communication between Brian Kohberger and the victims, or any other communication otherwise. Those are statements of fact, and you have to accept them at face value. This is where I think I get into a battle with people, is they refuse to accept that. And I'm not picking on you, but when I want to say you don't believe a word she said, that's fair enough. But you have to act as if what's being given you is true, whether you agree with it or not. You have to accept it on its face value, because there's no contravening fact to tell you otherwise. What you feel, what you think, and what you believe are irrelevant. Fucking irrelevant. When you're examining stuff. What you're supposed to examine is that which you have. Right? You put a puzzle together. You got a 10,000 piece puzzle. You can't say, yeah, these fuck, I guarantee there's pieces missing. Well, you don't know that. What do you mean there's pieces missing? You just opened it. There's going to be pieces missing. Listen, you Debbie fucking Downer. Put it together and figure it out. There may be extra pieces for all the fuck you know. Right? Okay. And yet somehow we disconnect that. And we think that if we don't believe Bethany Funk, we can create a whole new understanding of what happened in this house. Or if we don't believe this one or that one. And there's no question that there were 4 homicides in that house. Right? Tell them they won't listen to me. What does Carl say? What's Carl saying? 20 people need to figure out how to hit the like button. Oh, I'm not here for likes and clicks, folks. Like I said, my stream, I'll never collect money, ask for money, want money. I'm not out here to do that. You could give me 1 million clicks, and I don't give a fuck if it was worth 100 grand. I don't need your money. Don't want it. And that's not to say I'm some big time millionaire. Just to say that that's not why I'm here. I don't want your money. It's not a statement to be braggadocious or cool. It's a fucking reality. I like being able to vent the observations and hopefully share with people that you have to accept at face value that what is giving you as proof. And then as time moves forward, information will then sort itself out. That was the other, another good reason to show you that guy's statement that Payne made that statement. If Payne made that statement, right, then I don't know where you go with that. How does that fit into a single killer, right? And the way it was said, the way he did explain it, maybe the stench of decomposing bodies was too much for the roommates until they were allowed to leave. What does that mean? Does that mean there were people in that house actively cleaning the crime scene before you let them leave? I mean, that's even worse, right? Than if right? Because you had 8 hours between the hours that you're giving us. That's your shit. You told us the time of death. You told us the events that happened that were part of this incident. And now one of the things you told us puts anybody except Bethany and Dylan in that house for sure. That's what I mean, folks. I guess that helped me too. Sometimes talking helps me sort out and maybe give you guys a good piece of information. The only fact that we can verify of anybody being in that house, the only facts we have are the 6 occupants, and that's it. And if, you can't say, well, there's 4 dead people. Who did that? Well, there were 6 occupants in that home. We know that for sure. 4 of them are deceased, and 2 of them admit to before, during, and after. And that after includes an 8-hour period of time before they contacted law enforcement. Okay? Those are immutable facts that came right from the people that were there. And so that's what I've always said. I said it the other day in a stream. Now look at the home. And this kind of bothers me that and there's so many of these people that argue innocent or guilt. Some of you are just so much smarter than you ever give yourself credit for. The problem is you allow yourself to get caught up in the outrage and the fucking drama. And by doing that, you become stupid. So we have 6 occupants of a home where 4 were deceased. We also know that all the doors to all the rooms to where all the women slept and all the people that lived there slept had locks on them. Okay? We all know this to be true. We also know that there was no broken window, there was no Jimmy door, there was no damage to the sliding door to indicate forced entry. So we know these things to be true. Okay? So now look at the crime scene under that perspective, under that knowledgeable perspective. Yeah, we do know that, Shan. Shan, follow along. You know that because that's the only data you have that tells you they were there. Therefore, you must accept it as fact. Until you can come up with evidence to show that either one of them young women were not there, then you're opening up a door of complete fucking ignorance. And I don't know how to say it any nicer because I'm a hyper guy. You have no proof that they weren't there. So why would you even question whether they were there? The evidence supplied to you, okay, tells you they were there. They themselves, according to written statements the police took from them, placed them there. And the only people in the universe that we can say for sure were in that house before, during, and after the crime are the 6 occupants. But it doesn't matter if they're corrupt, Glenda. None of those other things matter. You see, that's why you do fact finding. The facts will tell you a story. So in this example, can anybody disagree, or can anybody provide me a piece of verifiable data that contradicts this statement? We know that 6 people were in that home before, during, and after the crime. Can anybody contradict that with a fact? And we all know the answer is no. Now you move on. What else do we know? We know there was no forced entries, but what's curious about that is all bedroom doors had locks. So there was no talk of he kicked in the door. There was no talk of anything about forced entry into these 2 bedrooms. There's clearly no sign of forced entry into the home, but there was talks of one of the girls having their father do something to the lock, whether repair it or check it, or it was a false news story. He didn't do anything to the lock. It was the brother. If you guys remember when all that came out about 2 years ago. Yeah, but Chris, how could you have, you can have that thought. I don't know that you want to hold that as an opinion. The Range Rover has some evidence video of the murder. I don't know how that, I don't see any evidence of that anywhere in this case. There isn't and this is very important. There isn't a discovery demand for the video for the fucking Range Rover. Now, if there is video from the Range Rover, it should be part of the video evidence that the prosecution supplies to them. But we know a white car looped 4 times in the neighborhood. Yeah, you can accept that as a fact because that's what the police are telling you they saw on the cameras. It's a fact. Now, when their fact is reviewed, when everybody's able to see that, there may be people that say the car is light gray, right? That the cameras are black and white, therefore no color would show. So there's ways to question the evidence that they're trying to tell you is evidence, right? They're arguing this video is evidence. So we have to accept that they're going to show us that car looped 4 times. If they can't show us that, right, then that evidence is now useless evidence. It's unverifiable. It was a statement made that has no bearing on this case, other than to confuse and do all that other nonsense. Well, I think we have evidence to say college kids do lock their doors, as in fact, Dylan locked her door after when she went into the frozen shock phase. She closed and locked her door. Yeah, I don't know what Steve said, and for all Steve knows, she took it out. For all Steve knows, it was never put in to begin with. She had just bought the car. And I don't take anything Steve says as evidence to the case. There's no argument about the Range Rover in court. There's no argument about any data it may or may not possess in court. There's no motion to suppress. There's no motion to discover. And that's what I mean, Chris. It's all of that kind of shit that causes people to go off the rails and get into conversations that have nothing to do with the reality of the case. The only reality we have is that which has been given to us. And I wouldn't have any interest in talking about the Range Rover until that Range Rover is brought up in one of these proceedings and brought up in one of their motions. At that point, then the Range Rover is relevant. Just like the Grubhub or the Banfield or the fucking Linda Lane video. None of that's relevant unless it's brought up in the court hearing and it's brought up in the case to prosecute the guy. And it may, now here's the thing, it may be relevant and that it provides exculpatory data. So the prosecution may not enter it. Maybe Ann will. Let me just say that there's info Ann has that we may not even be aware of Ann has. I'm sure there's a bunch of that. And the defense, when it puts on its case, it's going to put on its case about that car that looped 4 times. It may be able to provide us information the cops never had. Right? Cases make, but no, there's that isn't really true. There's so much info unknown. That there is info that's unknown, but we don't know how much or how little. We don't even know what topic it is. Other than it, every time you hear a mention of the case being sealed, it all goes around the IGG. Right? Everything we know about the case being sealed is connected to the FBI and the IGG. Is there other stuff? We don't know. Is there another tipster? We don't know. But I do know this, folks, that if a tip is given, that tip is included in accusations and in the trial. And the identity of the tipster is kept secret. I don't understand how people don't realize that. A confidential informant, if there is one, their information, I don't even know who the fuck that could be. You know, I try to put my head down and think, could it be that Asian girl he was dating? Did he say something to her and she's a confidential informant? I don't know. But I do know there's nothing that's been exposed in the case thus far that indicates an individual person is a tipster or a confidential informant. There's been no question about that. There's been no argument about that. There's been no motion about that. And I can't give you guys the significance of what she's arguing now with these motions to suppress. Okay? The motions to suppress are including everything that they obtained warrants for. And if there was something that we were unaware of, there would be a sealed motion to suppress, hearing for a sealed motion to press on confidential, on facts that are, in other words, you would get a gleaning that they were going after some informant or some confidential source, although you wouldn't be privy to who or what that information is. You would have a sense of it through the filings in the case, and there's none of that. There's none of that. Right? Sometimes you can extrapolate data, right? If you tell me that well, I'll give you a case where they did do that, and this is the best case. I wish I kept the name of the case. Guy kills his wife. Neighbor hears a lot of screaming. She decides to wander the neighborhood with her dog. She goes by the woman's house that had just been killed, unbeknownst to her, and there's a truck in the driveway that's running, and she takes a picture on her cell phone of the truck and then keeps going, finds nothing suspicious, and goes home. Okay? That information gave the cops a timeline, gave the cops an idea that something happened while that truck was there, and it placed the truck in the driveway running. However, it did not place any individual connected to the truck, whether by ownership, whether by happenstance, walking by, sitting in the car, nothing involved identifying a person tied to the vehicle, just that it was there running. That vehicle belonged to the ex-husband. And so what the Florida police did was they went to a court and they got a warrant to impound the truck, not the fucking husband. And the husband was let go. They didn't arrest him. They took his truck. And they did a forensic analysis of the truck. And they found her blood and things connected to that crime in the back of that truck. And that was what they then used to arrest the ex-husband. That is a perfectly simple example of how this stuff is supposed to work. They really did their job properly. They didn't arrest him first and then find evidence in his truck, okay, by getting a warrant to search his truck after they arrested the guy. You see, that's what I've been saying about Kohberger the whole time. They should have investigated this kid, and some of the warrants they applied for after the arrest should have been part of their pre-investigation to arrest the guy. It shouldn't have come after. And yet, it's just a shame that so many Americans don't want to realize that that's really all the place that you could pay the attention to. It may go to trial. It really depends on how she rules. Yeah, Brian was a very smart person, but that doesn't make him guilty of a crime. Right? I mean, that's the thing, too, is Brian's a smart person. I'm not going to say he's not. I never talked to the guy. Nobody has. We don't know. I mean, get the degree based on things you read in the book and repeat them on an exam. That makes you smart? Not in my fucking opinion, it doesn't. Okay? Just because the guy understood criminology don't make him smart. He understands criminology. He may understand it to the nth degree, but that kid may not be able to change a light bulb or change a tire or fucking any common fucking thing. Maybe he can't cook. To me, smart means much more than having knowledge in one specific topic. Smart is a broad-based statement that indicates this person is capable in many different areas. And we don't know that to be true with Brian. Matter of fact, you might say it's not true. He got fired from a filet-o-fish fucking job, right? And he was having a hard time being a fucking assistant. If the information we got is correct, doesn't sound like he was a very good fucking teacher. Some people are meant to study, right? And he was going into cloud forensics, which is probably an environment where you're in computer-filled rooms and you're doing shit by yourself. And if you're collaborating with other people working on the same thing. So I don't know that we can make an argument Brian Kohberger is smart. Any of these arguments, any of these people that come out and tell you, oh, look at his body language. Look at the only time you could be sure about something with, especially a dude, if his dick is hard, he's horny. That's about all I can tell you. Right? There's a few things that you can know about people. But smiling don't mean you're happy, right? Smiling could be a threat. Smiling could be a sign of happiness. Smiling could be a sign of gratitude. Smiling could be anything. These people with their body language experts, I laugh. And their expert analysis comes only after the person's been convicted. Most times, that's when it's the most accurate, after the person committed the crime. It's like, Jesus Christ. It's called dick brain. Yeah. Dick brain, Grant Clarkson. So, yeah, he's so. That's the difficulty. What we've been taught not to deal with information as information itself. Okay, you know that's why that guy, when he put that link up, affidavit, the house smelled like bleach. I mean, come on, that's a pretty damning fucking statement. What do you mean it smelled like bleach? And if it smelled like bleach, was that Brian Kohberger saying that as he cleaned up the crime scene? I mean, because he wasn't. I mean, this is the kind of shit that people would extrapolate. So it's pretend. Oh, that means he was in criminologist, you know. He probably knew how to clean up a crime scene. What the fuck? He's in forensic, cloud forensics. I don't know if that tells you how to clean up a crime scene. Okay, maybe. But I don't think that's what the fucking schooling is. The schooling isn't teaching you how to commit a crime. The schooling is probably trying to teach you on how to identify a crime. I guess they could be one and the same, but absolutely there's differences. Committing the crime and trying to discover how the crime was done or what took place are going to be different than committing the crime. So I don't know why people ran with that, why they allowed an American citizen to get shit all over because Brett Payne painted this fucking story thinking he's Leonardo da Vinci, he's painting the fucking Mona Lisa, and he decided Kohberger was his man and excluded all other investigations. And if he didn't exclude him, she's asking for that too. What other people were investigated? The FBI have someone else in mind? Where's that evidence? Where's that information? Was Brian Kohberger your only suspect? And I would have asked, why is it the DNA wasn't collected prior to the arrest? Why wasn't Brian Kohberger questioned? Why hadn't some of his associates or friends been questioned? Why hadn't you tried to build information about the guy before you charged him with a crime? What about his written survey? He's in criminology. And that my understanding of that, according to the teacher in Washington, what he was doing was part of his program, right? My understanding, from what I understood back when all that stuff came out, was that particular survey was part of his schoolwork. And he wasn't asking how to get away from a perfect crime. You don't even have the information correct. That's not what he was looking for, Don. What he was looking for were the feelings and the emotions and thoughts that they went through while committing a crime. And how did they deal with them? What were they and how did they deal with them? He wasn't looking to find out how do you commit a perfect crime. And that was all part of his schoolwork. Well, if you're going to clean up a crime scene like that to prevent yourself from being arrested, you're going to clean up everything not associated directly with the victims. Now, if you weren't cut, and if none of your body fluids were exchanged with the individual, you've got a big head start. Because all you have to do is make sure the area you walked in, the clothing and the shoes that you have on, leave that shit there. In other words, you leave their blood and everything there, And anything that may have gotten from them to you, you need to get rid of and dispose of. Right? And then clean up the handrail, clean up the staircase, clean up the walking out towards the back door, clean out the handle on the fucking sliding glass door. Anything that you would have touched to enter a room, you wipe it off. This is what I mean. If this, for a person to go into a home with that kind of a weapon in a sheath and then purportedly clean up the crime scene but leave the sheath is the most outrageous, ignorant fucking way of viewing the world that I can't. If you can accept that, I don't fucking know what's wrong with you. I mean, all the things that if this kid would have had to have been capable of doing based on what Officer Payne has told us. Okay? Based on what Officer Payne has told us. Now, I don't see, and Officer Payne cannot make the argument that his information proves Kohberger committed the crime. That's a given. That's unquestionably true. That doesn't mean Brian Kohberger didn't commit the crime at 2:30 in the morning. Okay? That Brian Kohberger or the murder wasn't in the home hiding in a closet. Maybe that's how he got through the open door. He was already in the fucking room. I don't know. Maybe he knew I mean, my point is there's so many fucking unknowns and you could create so many possibilities that it's endless. That's why it's so important to stick only with the data that you have. And the data that you have tells you a story. Back to the idea that we know 6 people were in the house. We know 4 of them are deceased and 2 of them survived. We know that 8 hours transpired before they made any contact with the police. And what does that tell us? It tells us that these people were there. We also know that there's no forced entry. There's no argument of forced entry on any of the rooms, any of the windows, or any of the doors. They suspect that he entered through the sliding glass door. They suspect that he left through the sliding glass door. But to me, folks, it just seems a bit weird that this person closed these doors behind him as he left. Why would you close those doors behind you? I think you look at this is where I do go off into speculation. But if I get into a room and I slaughter 2 of you and I leave that room, the last thing I'm thinking about is closing the door. It'd be like me. How many men think about lifting the seat before putting the seat down after they piss? Most of us remember to lift it. All of us forget to put it down. Right? So there are just some things that are. There's no research into it. We all know how it works. So to go into 2 different rooms and do what happened there and close the doors behind you just seems strange to me. Well, he picked an awful fucking bad time to be nice. Grant made a good point. Well, he's just trying to be nice. Well, okay. But he could have been nice and not killed them fucking 4 people. That'd be my advice to the guy if he wants a lesson in kindness. Mine's pretty simple. Well, no, it's not even a matter of being corrupt sometimes, Glenda. I accept that there's corrupt police officers, but when you actually read through, that's why you need to go to this guy's site and watch him go through these documents and think for yourself. Don't take it. I'm not taking his explanations as written in like 10 Commandments, but when you break this stuff down line by line, questions inevitably are going to come into your mind. How many people have pointed out what I've pointed out about the house not having any kind of damage to it? There's no argument of forced entry. There's no interest of the door was broke down and the 2 people inside were stabbed to death. And there's no talk of any of that. So now we have a completely closed crime scene. My question to that is, then why would we look outside the crime scene for a perpetrator? So I think that's a fair question. It's not a question that changes anything. Right? Yeah, they had problems, but do you folks understand that reasoning? And I know from my experience out here, as far as what I've been exposed to, nobody's made this point before. I've never made it before. But that's why I like listening to somebody's different things, especially when somebody has taken the documents and given you something that you know is true or that you can instantly go and verify. Unfortunately, the statement about the place smelling like bleach or cleaning chemicals is not something I can verify. So I don't accept that to be true. I do give him credit, though, that kind of brought up the idea in my head about it's okay, I'm here to help you. But that doesn't mean that that person was there actually saying that to her and that person was actually there cleaning the crime scene. That doesn't say any of that. But it does kind of lead you into, if the place was clean, is there anything else that we know that would lead credence to that argument? And that one statement does lead credence. It's okay, I'm here to help. That would appear to fit a statement being made to one of the survivors while the person's cleaning up, right? Or people. There's no evidence that happened, folks. But again, too, there's no evidence of an outside intruder. How did Brett Payne show us an outside intruder did this crime? Can anybody reference what they know and what they can show to be true? And when I say what we know, I think we all equally know an awful fucking lot, right? Yeah, and it should be pretty straightforward. But so, Grant, you're being an older guy. That's what we're being told, that the crime scenes were very messy. But we don't know. I don't know that the only blood was in the rooms. I don't know that. I don't know. I can't answer that. That's an unknown. But what do we know? We know that house was, apparently they closed the sliding glass door behind him. Right? Then we have somebody saying, and I don't know that it's true, but we do have somebody saying that front door was open at 8 o'clock in the morning. I don't know that that's true, but we are being told that. The police did tell us that there were people there on the property. There were people there at the house when they arrived. That we can accept as true. But the idea the front door was left open by a neighbor that was walking their dog, I've not seen any statement to confirm that, nor interview with that person, or I've heard it, but I don't know that it's true. And this is just, it's so much easier to look at stuff based on available information than it is to have to invent fucking things or make excuses for the information that's in front of you. There was no ambiguity when they described the car. There's no ambiguity that during the time the crime was committed, they can't place Brian Kohberger in that house. The crime scene itself, when observed from the outside looking in based on the knowledge we have, I suggest to you that the crime took place from within the crime scene itself, is a more likely understanding of what we're looking at than somebody came in and closed all the doors behind him and left politely. Now, am I overstating that? I don't think so. You guys tell me. So he did the deed upstairs, closed the door behind him, went downstairs, crossed the room, went into the other room, did the deed there, closed the door behind him, walked out, walked past what was once twice and a closed door, walked past that with a 5'10" blonde standing there, continued on his merry way out. The police suspect out through the sliding glass door. And I just want to say something else too. Let me just say to you, this just hit me. The description of what does he got a picture of it? He did have a picture of that fucking house, man. Where was it? Anyway, when you look at a picture of that house, let me go back up. Somebody asked me something, I missed it. The PCA says shit. He wasn't in or near the home during those hours, and then Payne doubles down, fabricating it. Supposedly it came from. Yeah, that's very, very ignorant, Rolo. I agree with you 100%. And I'm in no hurry to jump out of here, copy. I'm going to post a link. If people want to come in and make this a panel or whatever, I wouldn't mind that at all. So we know in this case. So we know real truth in this case. You saying, Sergeant? Never find out the truth ever. No, but we do know the truths as they've been given to us and have been argued in court and haven't been disputed as truth. Right? The only thing Ann is arguing, she isn't arguing about their phone data. She's arguing that they had no probable cause to get a warrant to get that data or even arrest the guy. So, on that note, that's not hard to accept. Her arguments are what I said in the very beginning. Her arguments are what I said are why why I came back into the internet at all. That case, the way that PCA is written, is just stunning to me. It's a supposition. It's a conspiracy theory. The only thing we know for sure, like I just pointed out, was who was in the house. We know who that is. They admit it, and the victims proved their presence. So we can't eliminate. We have to accept that, right? I think what happened is Brett Payne jumped the fucking gun. And I think Brett Payne started looking at everything through the eyes of that guy did it. That guy did it. That guy's got bushy eyebrows. That guy did it. And I've said this a long time ago with police. They get tunnel vision and they focus all their efforts in one direction. And that's just not the right, that's what a lot of everybody on the internet does too. If you think he didn't do it, that's what you focus all your energy on. If you think he did do it, you focus all your energy on it. To the point that you'll give excuses for what the cops did and just brush it off like it doesn't matter. Well, it does matter that you have evidence I committed a crime before you fucking arrest me for it. Right? I think that would matter to anybody. You want your kids being arrested on a conspiracy theory? Hell no, man. I don't want that happening to my kid. I want to know if my kid's accused of a crime that you've got something that likely places my kid at the scene of that crime. I don't know whether we won't find the real truth. I think too much time has transpired to find the real truth. I think also now looking back on it, the law in Idaho allowed them to destroy that house. I really wish that at this point in time, now that house wasn't destroyed. Because I think a good experiment would have been putting the jurors in Dylan's room. Listen to this. Putting the jurors in Dylan's room and never taking them up into the living space, but walking them from the sliding glass door directly into Dylan's room. As a trial attorney, this is what I would have done. I would have then kept them in that room. And I would have taken one person at a time and had a 5'6" individual cross the living area towards the bedroom door as they opened it and looked out. I would then instruct them to close the door and tell me what you saw. And I promise you they would come back and say, I saw a man in black with a mask with bushy eyebrows, about 5'10" to 6 foot tall. And in fact, I would then open the door and tell the juror to look out again and let the man complete his walk. The stepping down would have then revealed that the perpetrator was most likely 5'5" or 5'4". I would have done that with that particular house in play. But I didn't know that when they were tearing the house down either. I didn't know there was another similar crime from 2021. Okay, with a similar description, doing the similar activity in a similar type of home with sorority girls. All of that is relevant to this crime and on November 13, 2022. But you see, there are advantages to having a crime scene because you do get someone that has a fucking ability to think about the information given them and then act on it. How many of the jurors, never having moved around in that house, being walked directly into Dylan's room, would have made that same mistake? And what's to say Dylan wouldn't have made that mistake because she was in frozen shock phase? Dylan didn't say that I looked out and saw a guy with bushy I looked up and saw a guy with bushy eyebrows. She didn't say that. A 6 foot tall man would have been 6'6" from her perspective. They would have been 7 inches, 8 inches, 9 inches taller than her. Was she 5'9"? No, yeah, but you're not listening, Don. The difference between the living area where Zaina's bedroom is, the area that he had to cross, which would have put him in the line of sight of Dylan, is 6 inches taller than the floor Dylan was on. To go from Dylan's bedroom to the living area, you have to step up 6 inches, Don. So, again, now listen to what I just said. You put a 5'5" man on that level, walking towards you, while you're standing 6 inches lower, your 5'9" or 5'10" Beth or Dylan would be looking right at that guy's face. If the guy were 6'6", which is what Brian would be with the additional 6 inches, she would have had to look up to the guy. She would have known to disparage you because she's a tall girl. Fucking Dylan is tall. Most women are 5'6", guys. Girls, you know that. So this is what I'm saying. That house would have been valuable to perform this kind of test with the witnesses. No, he left through the sliding door, according to Payne's fucking description. I hope what I just pointed out to you folks is not, this isn't a conspiracy that I'm making up. This isn't me trying to protect Brian. I don't fucking know the guy. I don't know any of the victims. My heart goes out to them and their families and their friends and their relatives and their pets and everything. But when analyzing a crime scene, you've got to be much more analytical in your point of view. Tearing a home down is wrong. Yeah, it's wrong. And I honestly think that 2021 crime could suffice into making an argument that if there were an individual that came in from the outside, it would have been that individual. Okay? And wouldn't it be funny? Wouldn't it be funny if the exculpatory evidence that Dylan has is that she saw a guy run out in front of her window that was about 5'5"? We don't know what's exculpatory and what's unique to her and only she can testify to. But if what Dylan saw was 5'5", it comports with the description, or if what Bethany saw could comport to what Dylan states she witnessed. But I really struggle with people never realizing they see all of this data and they hear all these fucking, and it causes me grief too, trying to sort through it or listen to them. It makes me nuts. But when you're walking towards me, and you need to look at a picture from the living room, the far wall in the living room, okay? Looking towards looking at the lengthwise of the living room, into the living room. On the left, you'll see the doorway that leads into the hallway to the kitchen and Dylan's room. On the right, you'll see the staircases all the way up against the wall. And next to the staircase, heading towards the doorway, there's a hallway that comes back from Dylan's room. Now, for some reason, I always had the idea that he had to walk all the way around that staircase. But from the image I saw, that wasn't true. That hallway to her room comes before the staircase. Maybe that's inaccurate, but it's possible, right? From an image that I saw. I don't even know. Does anybody have the, I don't want to see the demolition. The house at King Road. Let's see if there's an image of that fucking room. So I don't want a membership. They're not going to give me an image of the interior, are they? Second and third floor. So, yeah. Surviving room. No, this shit don't make no sense. Does anybody have a link to something that would show us the layout of that first floor, of that second floor? There are 2 bedrooms on the first floor, and they're both to the left and right of the entry door. So when you walk in, the stairway is right there. You have to pass the stairway to make a left to go down into Bethany's room. And you stay away. You could walk straight into the laundry room. You could walk straight from the front door to the bathroom. Or you could walk straight from the front door and make a right-hand turn and go right into another bedroom. The bedrooms on the ground floor are at the front of the house. Okay? The stairway starts by the front door. So let me see if I got it. I'm going to look because I would like to have. Are you serious? You won't let me go back? Reddit says they have it. Let me see if we got it here. Okay. I want to go in the house, though. Let me see if this loads up. I don't want all that. I want to see the photos. I hate Reddit, man. It always leads you down a fucking rabbit hole you'd rather not. You'd rather not have to deal with. And this is the reason I'm looking so hard to find this piece of information, is because the location of that stairwell matters. And there it is. I've got it. And I'm right. It matters in as much as that when you step out of that hallway, you take one step out of that hallway and turn to the left. Let me see here if I can show this. Present. Screen share. Okay. I hope that's showing up. What the hell is that? What do you mean? 2 foods. I don't want to talk about food. Stupid paper. Are you guys able to see this? What the hell is going on? All right. Let me see here. Live. Okay. Do you see the relationship between where that wall ends and the stairway ends? That hallway leads down to Zaina's room. This is New York fucking Times. It's going to just jerk me off without giving me pleasure. I can tell already. A lot of these left-wing fucking newspapers are like that. If you're going to jerk me off, get me off. God damn it. Okay. So when he makes that left-hand turn and starts heading towards that doorway, you don't walk over to the wall, straight towards the wall, and then bump out and make a turn. When you're making that transition from that hallway to that doorway, you're going to line yourself up with that doorway as you approach it, which fits exactly with Dylan's statement. He was walking towards me. That floor is 6 inches taller than where Dylan was standing. Additionally, we know that's his mode of travel because he says that he walked past Dylan and headed out the sliding glass door. Okay? Therefore, walking from this part of the home to be viewed is important. It's an important fact. And that then to me shows that Dylan's view of the individual was for a second or more, and that when she saw the person clad in black with mask, she doesn't say where he goes. She says she closes her, and frozen shock face closes and locks her door. That tells me that the person didn't make the transition off of that fucking landing yet. When she went in that room, then the police pick it up and assume that he walked past and out the sliding glass door. That's why it's safe to make this conclusion. Now, is it possible she saw him walking from the stairway down the stairs towards her? Sure. But there's no evidence to support that. None. All the evidence we have of the person that she claims was in that home, all we have to reference are her statements and the police's statements in that report. I don't know, Rolla. But that's what I mean. The Banfield and all of that is a distraction that has nothing to do with this case at all. Nothing. Anything that isn't documented by the people involved in the case, any of the names that aren't being used in the case are irrelevant. That's like having a conversation about the moon and you want to bring up your dog. It's that far apart. There's nothing. What happened at the Banfield, what happened at the Grub Truck, what happened on Linda Lane, all garbage. None of that is in any of these proceedings, any of these filings, any of these motions to suppress, any of these motions to discover. Okay, there is. The first floor of the bedroom on the right-hand side, as you look at the house, was unoccupied. It was like a storage room. Right? So this is what I'm trying to show folks, Rolla. All of that other stuff is just nothing. It's a distraction. People are trying to solve a crime with their cell phone or off their computer desktop or off their TV that the phone is transmitting to. The relevance to the photo that I'm giving you is this photo lines up with statements in the probable cause affidavit. This photo conforms to Bethany or Dylan's statements she made to the police. Yeah, there is, Glenda. And that's why I give this importance. What happened on the Banfield and how their police reacted and whether they're corrupt or not, it's really not relevant at all to what we know about this case. Totally, somebody said something. Totally. There wasn't shit happening in the background. You ever heard of AI overlay? The Banfield video is full of distortions, but not one before and after. Well, I just think people like the fucking bubbly waters of the world. I think that Nero Nugget Nikki does the same thing. I think paparazzi does the same thing. They're all trying to show this crime solved. And they're showing Brian didn't do it. But all the things that they're coming up with aren't part of the fucking case. They're things that they're telling you matter, but they don't matter unless they're entered into a court of law, right? I can tell you, I can traverse the speed of light. I can exceed the speed of light. It's just words, right? Now prove it. I got to prove it, right? Then you would accept it. Well, why don't you guys do that when you look at these crimes and you let these creators grab you by the nose and take you to all these pictures of the grub truck, right? Listen, I went through all of that too. I went through a period of time where I was all a part of it. I snapped out of it. I can't take it. It's crazy. Hey, genealogy girl. Yeah, I mean, you've got to have some basis to understand the information they're giving you. And this picture gives us a good understanding of a man walking towards me, right? Who had on a mask covering his nose and mouth. She didn't say anything about his hair being covered. Okay? What color was his hair? What color was his skin? What nationality? None of that's in there. But those are questions I'd like to know. You would hope the cop would have asked, right? Bushy eyebrows, clad in black, approximately 5'10", not muscular, but maybe athletic build. So a person 5'6", 5'5", walking across that floor, from her perspective, would look 6 foot plus. There's no doubt about it. 5'10" to 6 foot is what she stated. A person 5'4", 5'5" would conform to that observation. And that's something now lost to the Kohberger team. They can make this presentation in court, right? I don't know how well the jury, because the jury's full of a lot of you fucking morons out there. I don't know how many you're going to have patience to understand that. Yeah, that she didn't take pictures of it on her cell phone is wild too. I think the most wild thing that they're pretty good. But here's what's wild to me, folks. And this is like, I'm sorry, it impugns a lot of people unfairly. Well, no. Let me remove that. It impugns a lot of people fairly. But the information that I'm showing you all comports to the documentation that we can verify exists, that this is the crime scene, that this is what she stated. This is the only potential way that her statements could make any sense. And we need to examine that. How is it that we have a completely sealed crime scene with no forced entry on any of the victims' doors that we know of? How did this person get in the rooms? Why weren't these doors locked? Why did Dylan lock hers? I mean, there's a whole bunch of that you're only going to get from the people that survived these questions. Was it commonplace to lock your doors when you came home at night? Yeah. Sometimes I'd forget, but no, yeah, we always locked our door. A sealed crime scene from the moment of observation. A crime scene that was not just sealed during the crimes, but sealed up after the crime and left sealed for 8 hours. That may be true. I don't buy that, Don. I don't think these young women would be giving their code to many different people. Maybe others in that house, people in that house, but I don't think people outside of that house or guests, I don't think that they would give the people that code. If they did, it may have been for one-time entry, but I'm sure it wasn't some 6 foot tall guy clad in black, right? I mean, so I don't think it if the doors had codes, I think that the codes, in my own personal experience, how often do you give up your password on everything? And if in fact you did, wouldn't the people you'd be comfortable giving it to, those be in your inner circle? Your wife, your girlfriend, your best friend, the people you live with, right? They would have the code. You'd give it to one person maybe, or maybe you trust them all. See, those questions are important when you examine a crime scene. How did they obtain entry into these bedrooms? Yep. See, it would be, and this is what I'm saying is I'm not creating some U-turn on some road, or I'm not creating a whole new perpetrator. I'm not injecting my opinion. I'm simply pointing out facts that in some cases they are known answers. We do know based on the information we've been given. that house looked as normal as any house when the cops got there, other than all those kids being there. But based on statements given to us, that house wasn't broken into. None of the doors and windows were damaged. And when I mean none, I mean both exterior and interior. There's no reports of that at all. Right? Maybe the thud that she heard. Could the thud be somebody forced the door? I guess, but there's no argument the door was forced. In fact, Zaina's room, we're told, and we don't know it to be true, but we're told that somebody else came over that was called by Dylan or one of the survivors, and they forced that door open. So, there's a lot of questions. Were these doors automatically locked every time they closed? What kind of locks were they? So all of that stuff matters. And I think well, I think that when you apply for a warrant, why would a search warrant in Brian's apartment number 3 say they're looking for footage? Because sometimes people do memorialize this. Some killers would do that, right? Maybe a gang would do that to prove that they're over. That's what they did. I think this case should be converted into a case where you can teach investigative fucking people. No, she saw him walking towards her. That he left out by the sliding glass door is an assumption made by her and the police. Her statement, Glenda, is I saw a man walking towards me. And that's the reason I put a picture of this house up. Okay? I'm shocked that I'm not shocked that they left 2 alive. I'm shocked that they left 1 alive. They didn't leave just 1 alive. My shock doesn't come from the fact that both of these roommates survived. My shock is that Dylan wasn't a victim. Bethany, I can understand. Bethany being down in the basement, I can completely understand that. But Dylan, she places herself at the crime. Well, I suspect that if there was an outsider in that home, I suspect it very unlikely that he did not witness, or they or she did not witness Dylan in that doorway. Because again, you are walking towards a doorway and your view has to be in front of you. And for that door to be open and her standing in it would be rather stunning to me that you wouldn't see that girl standing there. No, wrong, Glenda. If she saw his eyebrows, he's headed away from that stairway towards the hallway. You got it backwards. You got it backwards, Glenda. He was walking towards me. If you see that little red thing in the image, let me see if it's on YouTube. You see that little red thing in the bottom corner? There's a doorway there, okay? So you have it backwards. There's no statement that they walk towards each other. Yeah. Well, I don't know about anything, but I'm just saying a 5'9" or a 5'10" blonde girl, a young blonde girl like that, opening up her door. She didn't say I peeked out my door. Everything she said indicated that there was no obvious issue other than maybe noise or the other occupants in the home. She said she thought she heard what might be crying, right? And she opened her door and looked out. It's the YouTube fucking people that need to argue guilt or innocence that say she peeked. It doesn't say peeked. Therefore, it isn't peeked. She simply opened her door and looked out. The perp was walking towards her, and she went into the frozen shock phase and closed her door and locked it, right? So the idea that she could see him and he didn't see her and he didn't see the door close is just, yeah, no, this picture is a living area that leads to Zana's room, Glenda. This is the living room, if I'm not mistaken. It's on the second level. And that staircase you're seeing leads down to Bethany's room or the front door. Okay, you see the railing against the wall? That's the front of the house. That half wall separates the stairway from and creates a hallway that leads you down to Zana's room and the bathroom in that hallway. Okay. The glass door is almost directly across from Dylan's room. No, this is from inside the living room. I don't think this is inside anybody's bedroom, Glenda. No, this is somebody standing in the living room. Look at the color of the floor. If I'm not mistaken, that color of the floor for that living room and hallway is darker than the other floor. I could be wrong. Let me look. Hang on. Yeah, here's a bedroom floor. Here's a bedroom floor. Bedroom floor, bedroom floor. No, it's the same color as the kitchen floor. The bedroom floors upstairs are different. But so, yeah, this is the stairway leading down to the front door right here. This is the front of the house where the parking is. You could basically see cars kind of out there. Sliding window. This is a knee wall or a half wall. Down this way is Zana's room. Over here is a doorway. Number 10 is a doorway that leads to Dylan's room in the kitchen. Right. That was the common room, or as I call them, living rooms, right? And that living room is 6 inches higher than the kitchen floor and Dylan's bedroom floor. So you would go from this room, you would step down and then make a right-hand turn to head to the sliding glass door. Or you would keep going straight to climb the stairs. Or you would make a left and go into Dylan's room. That's okay. That's okay. At least now that's why I posted the picture, because it's sometimes hard for that to recall all of that. Although I kind of do that with visualization, how I keep things in my head. So in this particular instance, I suspect, you know, all the things, the points that I'm making now, when you add them to the information and documents, it really shows that the people investigating this crime were not up to the snuff. They just weren't skilled enough, and they didn't make summations based on their observations that made any sense. And if they did, they got ignored. Yeah, the pictures do definitely help. Let me see. So turn this thing into live. There it is. Well, at least I had 9 people here on Rumble. That's the first, I think it's the most I've ever had there on Rumble. Let me kill this guy's stream. Convert to a call-in show. Let me go live here. And this is, yeah, this is my stream on YouTube. All right, I can kill this. First presser, they said that there was a roommate. Then said roommates were witnesses. Yeah, they didn't consider them witnesses at that time. Yeah, I think the jury walking through the home, but I think a skilled defense attorney that knows how to present to a jury and takes into account the limitations of the jury's attention and their particular biases, I think better. What I would do is I would make this an argument for the police. In other words, part of my cross-examining would be, when taking the description from Dylan Mortensen, what other factors did you consider? I mean, sometimes you do gotta fish. Sometimes you can't know what they know, because a good attorney will only ask questions that they have an answer to. In this particular case, though, I suspect you would be in a situation where asking the question, in Dylan's description, what other variables or factors did she give you? And if he says none, you say, then were there any variables or factors that you considered and addressed to Dylan directly? And if he says no, which is likely what he's going to say, then you bring up to the jury, if you get him off the stand, you bring someone in as an expert about the house and ask the expert, in your opinion, This floor height difference, would that affect Dylan's observations as to the height of the suspect? And you know, he's your expert. He's going to say, well, yeah. Anybody that was walking across that floor towards Ms. Mortensen would have been 6 inches taller than their actual height. And she may not have considered that. In fact, somebody much shorter than Dylan would look to be, from Dylan's point of view, the same height as she is, or maybe a little taller. And her interpretation of the height of that individual would be accurate from her perspective. But in fact, that individual was only 5'5". And you get an expert to say that to a jury. And it's very plausible that that's truth. And then you can continue on and connect it to the case to September 21. A good lawyer should notice all of these discrepancies, folks, and present them in a way to a jury that gets the maximum amount of attention. It sinks into the jury. The idea the house is sealed, there's no forced entry. From what we can see, there's no argument or coercion. And I'd ask the police, is there a report about how they entered each bedroom? Well, no. Do you know how they entered each room? No. No. Were the doors broken? No. Were the locks jimmied? No. So they just kind of walked. Were the doors unlocked? No. We know, we can almost say Zana's wasn't. We don't know. But if they were, they weren't. That you need to get the answer from the cop. Were these doors fucking locked or not? So that's kind of where I would go with all of this, is try to establish the information that they have and the facts behind it. Right? Like she did when she questioned that fucking Brett Payne. To any of the video images of any of the vehicles, or any of those Brian Kohberger's car. And the guy don't got an answer for that. No. Can you connect these vehicles? Can you say that that's Brian Kohberger in that car? Is that Brian Kohberger's? No, ma'am. So in all of this video, right? You can't identify it as Brian Kohberger's car. Yes, ma'am. That's a huge revelation by the police. No, the state does need to prove it, but let me just say, as a defense attorney, sometimes the biggest insult you can give in a trial is to show where they dropped the ball and how they got to the wrong conclusions. And that along the way, the questions that should have been asked, that we asked as this defense attorney, were questions that may have led to the perpetrator being arrested and brought to justice rather than my client. You see, Don? So sometimes you have to go down roads, and I know you shouldn't have to prove your innocence, but they have no evidence to prove him as being guilty. Yeah. Yeah, I don't doubt that police interacted with the students, and the students interacted with the police, even recreational. That isn't unusual to me at all, as long as the cop isn't fucking 50 and the girl's 17. Right? Girls are 18, 19, 20 years old, like it or not, they're of consent to do what they want. So I don't have an issue with that. And as far as the case and the way it's been treated online, it's just, there's so many fucking conspiracy theories. That goofball, that fucking drip drop, the guy that needs penicillin. I don't even know the truth. What is his name? Click Clack or fucking Truth? What is his name there? That goofball with the fucking mask. Boom. Boom. Man, he's got a lot of people that listen to him. And I just laugh. They say there's a fucking, for every car, there's an ass for it. Okay. Right? A fool and his money will be soon parted. And most of these YouTubers are taking advantage of the foolishness that we all suffer from, me included. And drip drop, that's it. Yeah, the guy needs a fucking shot of penicillin or something. He's got a drip drop. I call him TikTok because that's where he's famous from, TikTok, with his parachutes and his tunnels and his fucking unbelievable, this guy. 100% they're bullshit. There's no tunnels under that fucking house. No way in hell are there tunnels under that house. There's no evidence of it. And what we did see when it was ripped down showed there was no tunnels. Okay? That guy's a fucking goofball. Let me just say this too, folks. Man, I'm glad people bring up things like that. He's got a new image of the house. Okay? He's got a new image of that house and them tearing that house down. And he talks about tunnels. Let me tell you, when you go look at this image, and I'll tell you what, I'll give Drip Trop money if what I tell you don't make sense. Okay? How about that? I'll give him money if what I tell you don't make sense. He spent months and months and months of creating an animation because the police tore the house down. In the animation, the tunnel comes under the house, under Bethany's room, on Dylan and Bethany's side of the house. The door that he claims leads to the tunnel is on Zana's side of the house, on the ground floor. What is wrong with this guy? How in the fuck is there a tunnel entrance way over there? Or then he goes showing you the images of a door. He's showing you images. Here's what I'm saying. He's showing you images of that side of the house being tore down and shows a door. But the actual tunnel and the entrance that he claims exist are all on the opposite side of the fucking house. His tunnel and the entrance from Dylan's room, okay? If I'm correct in saying that's what he's pointing out, that tunnel is on the opposite side of where the digger was when he says you see the door with the staircase. The guy's a raving lunatic. He really is. He probably would need some kind of medical help in the way he's put all of this together. Every university has tunnels, but that house is off university property, Glenda. That house is not on university property. You know that. I'm not arguing that there isn't tunnels in that area, but none connected to this house that would give people access to commit a crime. That's what I mean. He's adding, and people are going to make, this is why the whole true crime and why all politics and why the whole country's messed up. We've been led astray. The tunnels have nothing to do with nothing. I don't care if there was a tunnel under that house. Where is the tunnel in the argument of this case? Where is it said that Brian Kohberger entered a tunnel? Where is that? Where's Ann Taylor asking to suppress tunnel information? Where is it in the accusation? No, we don't know that they did it to hide something. Idaho law allows that. Let me just point this out, Glenda. All of your stuff is a conspiracy theory. So you mean to tell me that if I own a corner gas station and somebody comes in there and kills fucking 4 people with a knife, that I can never run my gas station again? I can never reopen and do business there? That I lose my property because some psychopath killed fucking people in there? Come on, Glenda. You know that's not true. Do they tear down banks to hide evidence? You know? Well, some of the stuff you're bringing up, Glenda, I don't mean to be rude, but it's hard not to put it on the dummy list because there's no evidence to support those arguments. You're bringing up topics that they're nowhere to be found except on YouTube. They're not part of the criminal proceedings against Brian Kohberger. Nothing in any way, shape, or form on any of the topics that you've brought up have anything to do with the criminal proceedings at all. I'm not, you don't have to defend yourself or take it personally. You're bringing up topics. I'm glad you're bringing them up. Okay? Because these topics are the topics that we all need to avoid. It's not in the written documentation anywhere. Any of the topics that you brought up. And the idea, one of the reasons I didn't object to them tearing the house down is the reason I just gave. If I run a successful fucking corner gas station and people are murdered in that thing, and you're gonna rip it down, or I can never really open it again, or what? That's what I'm saying. That's why I didn't have an argument they tore the house down. Everybody did a 3D rendition of the house, in and out. Crime scene creators, crime scene investigators. I guess I like, and only now am I a little upset that the house is gone, because what I'm saying about the differentiation, the 6-inch difference between the 2 floors, even if it's only a 5-inch difference, there's a difference between her floor and the floor she observed the perpetrator from. Yeah. The rental signings were all over the place. I don't know what that is. Yeah, don't take my frustration personal. It's not me attacking you there, Glenda. The tunnels, there's nothing to substantiate the tunnels, and even if there were, there's nothing in any of the charges against Brian Kohberger that bring those to life. The Banfield, the grub truck, the Linda Lane video. There's nothing in any of the documents and any of the orders to discover and any of the orders to suppress that connect to any of that. that drip drop saying someone could have parachuted in, or somebody could have jumped from a tree limb onto a deck, got in through the window, didn't disturb any decorations in the window, didn't disturb the blinds, closed the window and locked it. He comes up with some of the most horseshitty things that you could ever imagine, that guy. And nobody seems to question him, because you can make anything sound real, right? But are they real based on the evidence that are going to be used in this trial? And the answer is no. Could someone have came in through fucking Maddie's bedroom window? I guess. Could they have jumped from a skinny tree limb onto a deck 2 feet wide? I guess. Could they have forced their way into a window with 2 potted plants, a pair of boots, and a star with Maddie's name on it and not have disturbed any of that? I guess. Could they have then gone through the blinds that were closed, put them back in place, not broke them, hurt them, made any noise, locked the window? Could they have accomplished this TikTok fucking dream? I guess, right? But that's the problem with these creators. Could somebody at the band field keeping their eye on these girls? I mean, not all guys are comfortable around women. A lot of guys all want to look at women. I mean, you could interpret anything you see at the grub truck in any way you want, but where is it in the proceedings against accusing Kohberger as the killer? It isn't. And that's the point I keep trying to stress to people. If we're going to look at a criminal case, we need to look at the case and what the case contains, not come up with other ideas that may apply to the case. That's just, I don't even know, man. I don't even know how to deal with that. There's nothing you could do to make those ideas real. There's nothing TikTok or drip drop or fucking clown face can say to make his tunnels have anything to do with the crime. But except they're sus to us. Boom. Jesus Christ. I don't know, man. I just find it, I think what's important is not trying to solve this crime. Okay? The information provided doesn't solve the crime. Not even close. It doesn't even give us a suspect. The only reason Brian Kohberger is a suspect is because that's the way Brett Payne interpreted his information. It appears Brett Payne had tunnel vision. Is it corrupt? Was there a gang involved? Was the university involved? Was the president? I don't know. I just don't know. But it's not relevant, right? I don't know where an AI overlay or the Banfield shows Brian Kohberger committed these crimes, right? Where does the AI overlay, where does that show who committed this crime? Rollo? Yeah, I don't believe he's unlikely. All I know from what I've read and from what they've given us, which is very, very extensive, is that there's a trillion ways and infinite ways he could have done this, Glenda. The one way that he couldn't do it, these idiot cops kind of figured out, and that's what they're charging him with. The one way he couldn't have done it is what they're trying to argue in that fucking accusatory instrument. That's what the whole court battle is about. And what you're seeing today is exactly what Ann would have done in June in a preliminary hearing. So you found out his phone wasn't connected to a network, right? You found out he was in the area 12 times. Remember, that was used to suggest to the public that Kohberger stalked these people, that Kohberger's whole life with going to school and doing all of this was to become a serial killer. He studied this one. He studied that one. Well, of fucking course he did. Right? That's like telling me you studied Elon Musk. You studied the guy that walked on the moon. You studied this scientist. What the fuck? If you're looking to be in a rocket game, you're going to study these people. So they impugn everything this kid did in his life and framed it into a narrative that has no basis in fact. Every fact that they placed against this fucking story turned out to be a lie. Yes, he was in the area 12 times, but not to stalk the victims. They admitted this in court. That matters. What happened on the Banfield, it's got nothing to do with nothing. See, it doesn't show, it shows that, but again, tinsel. It doesn't show us that the public perception. You perceive that to be an accurate depiction of what they're showing you, these creators. That doesn't mean anything. I am not doing that. I'm showing you a picture of the crime scene. I'm referring to the documents of the crime, the charges laid. Buzz Aldrin. Thank you, Chris. But you see, they took the same information that when you look at it for what it really says, it says everything except Brian Kohberger was there. It shows you he wasn't there at 2:47 a.m. And it still shows you he wasn't there by 4:47 a.m. Both of those locations are completely away from the house, 10 or 11 miles each way. So that should have stopped the investigation into Kohberger. Then they should have collected video. But none of the video they collected, even Brett Payne admits to this very day, that none of the video that they collected identifies Brian Kohberger and his car. None of it. So that guy should not have been a suspect. He should have been dropped. This is what this is the part of the case that matters the most to us as Americans. That's what matters the most, because you don't want your child, your neighbor, your friend, your cousin, your grandmother. You don't want them to get caught in this kind of a fucking jackpot. You know. But I'm not arguing that he didn't do it. I've actually argued what I would have investigated when I knew that there was a 2011 to 2013 Elantra in that house that made 4 trips, as it says in the PCA. I wouldn't have ignored the FBI's identity of the car, because the FBI to this very day insists that identity is accurate. The car that circled the crime scene 4 times was a 2011 to 2013 Elantra. The FBI admits that. They stand sound on that. Okay. Now here's what I would have done. Okay. I got these suspicious phone calls, this suspicious activity from a gentleman named Brian Kohberger. Can I put Brian Kohberger's Elantra and the 2011 to 2013 Elantra in a similar or the same area before the crime was committed? How about after the crime was committed? Because that's just as important. Can I show with video camera or cell phone locations that 11 to 13 Elantra that we recorded on the house was near Brian Kohberger's 15 Elantra after the crime? That tells a story. That's the kind of avenue I would have followed to try to put Brian at the property, right? We're getting nowhere close. There's not even a reasonable. It isn't, right? Brian had nothing to do with the murders. What he did do is notice the distortions, and he ran it through the front analyzer and showed it was tampered. Then hacked and got. I don't know what you're talking about, Rollo. You don't know that to be true. There's no evidence of that, and that's the kind of shit that's what I mean. And I listen. I include myself in the 5.63 billion morons, but it's that topic that has no bearing in the case that's been brought forward against Brian Kohberger, right? The immediate vicinity would be Banfield. It would be Taylor Road. It would be Linda Lane. It would be King. It would be Queen. It could be the Banfield. It could be a lot. Where's the proof? Post a link to the proof. If there is proof, then show us the proof, Rollo. Because listen, if what I'm saying is wrong and you could show it's wrong, then fantastic. Add the proof to the pile, because that would help us understand better. But now you're trying to get into motive as to why he had nothing to do with the murders, and and that's really not what's being asked here. It's not our job to solve the case. That's the confusion. That's where we all get fucked up. And then a new story, a new murder, a new chaos comes up, and we get distracted. It's what we as citizens are supposed to do is analyze what our government is doing on our behalf. That's what America is. We're not here to analyze whether you and I are guilty. That's not our job. We're not the jury of his peers. We're another citizen like his, equal to, no better, right? And it's those people that represent us to make the arrests, to collect the evidence, to execute their duty in a proper, consistent way that's constitutionally accurate, and then bring charges against the fellow citizens, the charges that you and I can both say, wow, okay, right? You know, that can be discounted as if he would have. Steve G also sent Lana an email telling her he processed body cams for 5 different departments. That's so. Again, I don't see where he was ever given that job. No one's ever answered that question. So, Rollo, you may have a point that's relevant to whether when he applied for that job for an internship, he was actually given that job. And where's the evidence that Brian Kohberger was in charge of processing official police department body cams? Right? There is none. It's Steve G. And you know, without the email and without evidence that he was, that would indicate to me that Brian Kohberger was then given the internship. Do we have proof that Brian was given the internship? And the answer is no. Is there any argument in discovery or suppression or any statements of anything of fact in these proceedings that indicate that that's real? And the answer is no. This is what I mean when you go off. I don't give a fuck if Steve G says the fucking sun revolves around him. The guy's a victim, right? The guy's a victim. I don't want to know what the victim feels, thinks, or thinks he was told. I don't want to know anything from that. I want to see legal documentation or the accusations in the fucking accusing documents. But the fact that the kid, let's just say Brian Kohberger did process body cams for 5 different departments. No, where is that, Rollo? Rollo, you all know the federal grand jury that they didn't indict him on was for hacking into law enforcement body systems. Show us that. Show us that indictment they didn't indict. Because if they didn't indict, you're not privy to that information. You're not privy to that information. And you know how I know that? Because that's the law. The government can't fucking impugn and destroy you by leaking what they looked into. Absolutely not. You want a case where that would have been a big deal was the Hillary Clinton case when they went after Hillary Clinton, and Comey said that there was I forget the word he used, but they let her go. And then when Comey was brought in front of the Congress under oath and he was told to give them the investigative material on Hillary Clinton, you know what he said? Any American that's not indicted, those files are closed and sealed, and nobody can look at them ever, unless the case is reopened and pursued for prosecution. So you can't know what was in a federal grand jury. It's fucking impossible. And the idea that you're going to come in here, no, he wouldn't be privy to a federal grand jury either. Whoever showed that to him would be incarcerated, my friend. I'm just telling you. He showed the email, so did I, about him being hired at Pullman as an intern. No, he interviewed and he put an application in. We don't know that he was hired. You're telling us that with no proof, Rollo. And this is what I mean, folks. These topics drag people down rabbit holes. And then those rabbit holes become, they believe this to be true. And because they believe it, they start creating more narratives. Well, let me tell you the difference between the way I view things and the majority of the internet people. And listen, I'll go this far. Maybe I'm the crazy one. Maybe by me paying attention only to things that can be officially confirmed is the insane approach. That I shouldn't worry about anything that's provable and I should look at every other theory. Right? Maybe it's me that's the problem, not you guys. Maybe you guys are right. Any idea of a parachute or a body cam or a fucking grub truck is more important than the facts that are being presented to the public. None of that should matter. I heard that, but a juror in Idaho wouldn't be part of a federal grand jury. And the Idaho prosecutor would not know what a federal grand jury would be indicting Kohberger for or investigating Kohberger for. He has no need to know. You understand? So you're talking about an email that he also said, here's something else Steve G said. And this is why what you're telling me has got to be a bunch of bullshit from him. He also came out and said, there's ways electronically to connect him to the property, ways that you and I don't even know exist, but that'll show Brian Kohberger was there. And yet there's never been any way shown. And in fact, when the defense came out and made a blatant statement that Brian Kohberger had no contact with the defendants prior or since, didn't know them, and there is no communication between him, electronic or otherwise, indicates that no electronic device can place Kohberger at that house. There's been no argument against that, Rollo. Steve's argument is quite the opposite. Therefore, Steve must be inaccurate. There's no pushback from the defense. There's no pushback from the prosecution. There's no argument that and they even said that in a hearing with the police officers. Police officers admitted they can't confirm the car that they saw was even Brian or Brian in it. Yeah, no, that's just nonsense, Rollo. He shouldn't be your source of information. And the fact that you would rely on information that's unverifiable only comes from a victim is insane, bro. Unless you're into conspiracy theories, which clearly you are. You think all these extracurricular stories are important and they mean something and you're going to solve the crime and you're going to figure this out and you know things other people don't know. If that's the way you want to view the world, don't let me stop you. I don't see that way. But what if? I don't know about what if. If is the two letters in the world that bring people the most ignorance. If. If doesn't do anything for you but make you insane. What if? But what if? Well, what if? What if peanut butter was rocket fuel? Look how cheap it would be. You could just grow it in a farmer's field. Wouldn't that be cool? Oh my God. What if? What if a car could run off of just plain water with nothing else? What if? What if you could travel the speed of light? How long would it take you to get to A, B, or C? What ifs don't do anything, bro. What if is the path to a fucking nightmare? What if is a path to confusion? What if is just you trying to interpret what you're seeing or you trying to inject something into a situation that has no meaning at all, right? What if is a horrible way to view things. I don't what if that these 4 students were dead. I don't what if that crime scene was a closed house. I don't what if that at all. That's actually been stated to us. I don't what if what Dylan said. I don't question what Dylan said. Dylan tells a fucking story. And in that story, there should be some way to extrapolate, not truth, but extrapolate what she was saying. Truth of it comes later as it's questioned and as more evidence is introduced or evidence is introduced to contradict it. But until something's contradicted, you can't what if it out of existence. Right? You just can't what if. Like that one guy, he's out here, Jeff, I think his name is. Well, what if Brian made a U-turn? What the fuck are you talking about? What if? What if Brian could fly? What if Brian were the fucking Casper the Friendly fucking Ghost? Then what? Did Casper the Friendly Ghost become unfriendly, but then considerate enough to close all the doors behind him as he left? Huh. What if that happened? That's what I mean, bro. That's what all the YouTubers get you to follow, the what if. It's sus to us, right? What if is the worst thing to place down there. You have to be able to, when somebody says, I looked out my door and I saw a man walking toward me with a mask over his nose and mouth, with bushy eyebrows, clad in black, approximately 5'10" to 6 feet. That's it. That's the fact. Is she lying or is she not? Isn't for you to know. That fact then has to fit the crime scene. That will then and only then confirm whether what she told you is true or not true, or what she said or didn't say is relevant at all, right? Yeah, the what if-isms. What if is it's just a dangerous place to go, friend. There's no coming back from what if. I mean, what if I was born a girl? Then, then what? Right? What if my mother was successful in killing me with a coat hanger? She tried to abort me when I was born. What if that? Because that was tried. What if I wasn't adopted by 2 hateful fucking step-parents? I wouldn't be here, would I? So all of these what ifs, but you know what the truth is? No matter what all of that happened, here I am. There's no what if about it. Somehow the cards were played the way they were dealt, and this is where I ended up. I mean, what if? What if they didn't beat me as a kid? Would I be a different person? I mean, you can't even ask that fucking what if? What if? Fuck what if. What is? What is all we should pay attention to. I don't know where that document is. I don't know where the document that she made that statement publicly, or that would have been all over the place. In all fairness, what Dylan said, everyone has dismissed over what law enforcement said that she said on the PCA. She posted earlier on Instagram that they didn't call 911 and don't know who did. Then where's the Instagram post from that? She saw bodies bound and gagged. Where's the Instagram? You're being told that, or somebody created that to show people. Where is that evidence, Rollo? It's more, you're hooked on the what if because you don't want to accept reality for what it is. You're not going to discover the things you guys are hunting for. The accusations you're making against people may or may not be true. And that's why you shouldn't be making them. That's why there's what we call it a justice system. And what we as American citizens are supposed to do are to actually pay attention to the actions of our justice departments. I'd like to see that post. You say you got it in your videos, and I've said you're welcome to come up, but I'm not a big what if guy. There is no such thing as what if, right? Well, yeah. Well, it's funny, Rollo. You got information that apparently an account that appeared to be hers did claim that. Yeah, why don't you just provide the data rather than me having to go through all your videos? I go through enough videos as it is. I don't even know who you are, Rollo. What videos? I don't know. I don't know anything about you other than what I do know at this point is you and Drip Drop are probably on the same page. You're all about what if, coulda, woulda, shoulda, maybe, who knows, this conspiracy, that conspiracy, this guy's involved, the college is involved. You're all about that aspect of it. And I just think that's the ridiculous, brainless fucking way to approach what you're looking at here. You have absolute information that needs to be analyzed and understood, and it needs to be made sense of. And when it can't be made sense of, then you have to question it. When you can't place the perpetrator you alleged killed these people at the crime scene, then that has to be understood why you can't make that connection. If you can't make that connection, what in God's green fucking acre gave you the right to search this guy or go after this guy? Right? Yeah, I don't know. You're taking it personal, but the way you're delivering your information shows me you're a what if kind of guy. And you're just, intellectually, you're on a level completely separate from mine. And I promise you it's not above. The connections that need to be made have been made. Ann's made the argument. She's pointed out the evidence, the evidence that she's shown, the arguments that she's made, the statements by the arresting officer and the man that created the PCA, the people that looked at the phones. All of this stuff has been discussed. And the answers are completely contradictory for you to conclude that it was Brian Kohberger. Not that it wasn't Brian Kohberger, but based on your evidence, it wasn't. Could it have been Brian? Sure, it could have. Well, you guys are welcome to break those up. But all of this, the conspiratorial thing, has got nothing to do with where in the accusations and where in the evidence that we've been shown so far does any of the stuff he's talking about matter. It doesn't matter, right? It just doesn't matter. Unless Dylan has come forward and testified to what you just said, then that doesn't matter. And even if she did text that or type that or post that or whatever, if it doesn't become part of the proceeding, it doesn't matter. If Ann Taylor doesn't introduce it into the proceeding, then it doesn't matter. And why wouldn't it matter? It's possible that it means nothing because it's not real, right? So... No, a building block of solving problems isn't asking if. It's asking what. Not what if. It's asking what. Take the if and throw it away, Glenda. What? What happened here? What do we know? What does this information, what picture does it paint? We've investigated a home that's completely closed up normally, and we entered normally. It wasn't broken into. There's no forced entry. That's a fact, right? All of these other things that a lot of these creators all think that they're smarter than the next guy do are all based on presumption and if and woulda, coulda, shoulda. And yet, where's the woulda, coulda, shoulda? The only woulda, coulda, shoulda you should be paying attention to is Mr. Payne, Officer Payne. When you realized you could not locate your suspect at or near that home during the hours of the crime, why did you continue investigating him? That's a good question. Your document shows him roughly, we'll just use a round number, 10 miles away from the crime, an hour before the crime and an hour and 20 or 40 minutes after the crime, right? So your information, would it be fair to say, Officer Payne, places Mr. Kohberger not at that house? Yeah. What information do you have that places him at the house? Transfer DNA. Okay. And how did the transfer DNA get there? Where's the evidence that Mr. Kohberger transferred that DNA to that house? Well, it's there. Okay. It's there. But you have images of him entering the home? No. Do you have images of him driving to the home? No. Do you have images that confirm him in his car in that area? No. Do you have phone pings? No. Then why did you continue to investigate Mr. Brian Kohberger? Those questions are going to come raining down on that cop because they're accurate. They're actual questions that have nothing to do with if. Okay? This is actually what the guy did. This is actually what they're using to charge Kohberger with 4 murders. That still doesn't mean Kohberger didn't do it. Can't anybody get that through their head? He still could have done it, just not the way they explained it. And the idea that you're going to explain it, you're going to create how he did it or why he didn't do it or where this guy was involved and the Banfield was involved and the cops are corrupt and holy fuck. What a mental fucking workout to bring you nowhere. I think they refer to that as a circle jerk in some places. I don't know. Yeah, well, in a knife sheath, do you know that knife unequivocally, unquestionably, can you say with 100% certainty that a K-bar was used in those murders? Can you explain to me why this wound looks like this and this one looks like that and they use the same weapon? Can you please explain that? Well, I never accused Brian. I'm not asking if you accused Brian. Can you please explain these autopsies to us? If so, there's so much that we truly don't know that we need to know. But there's so many questions of what we don't know that we'd like answers to, right? And this to me has been the issue that I've tried to bring to attention the whole time here. We're supposed to be paying attention to what is, not what was, or what was, what is, but not what if, right? Well, do you got a video showing him wiping down the sheath? I'd like to see a video of him wiping down that sheath. If you've got that, you could post a link in YouTube. Bring your links. Join. I put a link in here. You could join this stream. I mean, we don't even know if that knife is a party to the crime. That's the other thing. Those questions haven't been answered yet. You don't know that the autopsies were also tampered. Where do you come up with these fucking ideas? Where is that got any relevance to what's being charged Brian Kohberger? Where do you get the evidence? Jesus Christ, dude, you're solving your phone from the crime from a fucking cell phone. Enough of that stuff. There's many, many more chat rooms that'll welcome that kind of discussion in them. And yeah, no. Not here. I don't get into that woulda, coulda, shoulda, and if. The officers were wiping down a sheath and made Brian touch it. Yeah, bro, you got to go. Moderators, do your job. Give him a timeout. You know, I mean, that's, you got all these fucking answers, and it's just kind of crazy, bro. I ain't got time for all that. You know, imagine that the guy's got all this evidence. I just can't engage in that kind of a conversation. Engage me in the actual information that you've seen in the court. Engage in the information of the testimony of the people that were put on stand, including the expert Cy Ray, including the genealogist that was there. Get into those discussions. Did the police unlawfully enter databases? Did the police unlawfully do anything with that DNA? Did the police specifically attach Brian Kohberger's name to the genealogy search? Did the genealogy search identify Kohberger? What the hell did they use to identify Brian Kohberger? They knew Brian Kohberger had a different year, make, model car. They knew Brian Kohberger couldn't be placed at that house through video or electronic means. What made them continue to pursue Brian Kohberger? What do they have that would make them do that? That's a piece of information we don't have. That piece of information may flip the whole script on Brian and show that the police have this information. But they've never produced it. There's been no argument or motions to suppress it. There's been no argument to discover it. She's pretty clear about what she wants in her discoveries. And none of it includes an unknown person. None of it includes a co-conspirator. None of it is a confidential informant. None of it in there. And any of the motions, any of the findings, anything we've seen has any connection to any of that. You could suppose, but you can't treat it like it's real. You can't treat somebody's video that shows somebody touching a knife sheath or wiping a sheath and whatever the fuck this guy's putting together and take that as fact. Where is it in the case? Yeah, you can't solve this by looking at it through the lens of the internet or from a phone. The chances of that are astronomically against you. What you can do is look at the performance of the people that you've employed to handle finding the fucking piece of shit or pieces of shit that did this to these 4 beautiful young people. You can look and hold your people accountable that are supposed to, on your behalf, solve this crime. And if along the way, evidence is produced to show in any way, shape, or form they had or they knew who had direct involvement and didn't do anything about it, then so be it. Right? Then so be it. Hey there, Eric. Why was he putting garbage in his neighbor's garbage can at night when he went home? Well, that's the story they're telling us. I don't even know if that's an accurate story. Right? I think the warrant was for his cans on his parents' property, weren't they? Wasn't that a warrant to search all of that stuff that was there? Sarge is live. Well, I don't know how to let you know. I got to hunt Ashley N down, the true crime. I can't even get these people to click a link to come in here and form a panel, but they want me to man, you're lucky I don't hit women. You're just lucky, honey. Someone needs to be placed at the scene of the crime at the time of the crime. Correct. Who can we place at the scene of the crime at the time of the crime? Who can we do that with? The 6 victims. That's who we can do it with. That's it, as far as I know. Who else are we going to place in that house during the times that they claim this crime took place? Nobody. Certainly not Brian Kohberger. Yeah, same thing with a Sebastian Rogers. Right? Jack in the Box. When did the crime happen? November 13th, 2022, between the hours of 4 a.m. and 4:20 a.m., which has somehow been expanded now to 4:30, but the PCA ends at 4:20. When the car zips away, the car pulls away at a high rate of speed at 4:20 a.m. At that point, the crime is over. Why they continue on with 4:25, 4:30 is beyond me. Witnessing a vehicle pulling away at a high rate of speed at 4:20 a.m. doesn't mean that that car had anything to do with the crime. I mean, Ann has already shown that the car or cars aren't relevant to the crime. The only relevance they have to the crime are the police telling you they're relevant. But I don't need the police to tell me it's relevant, right? I don't need you to put an unknown pile of food on a plate and tell me it's good. I don't need that. If you're going to give me a plate of food that I'm unfamiliar with, I'll let you know if it's good or not to me, right? Tell me all the stories you want about that fucking food. I may take a bite and find it to be rather tasteless or disgusting and not want to eat it. And you shouldn't, no problem, right? Are you going to be on the next Paramount? Actually, they better not put me on there. If they put me on there, then they need to contact me and show me what they're going to put on there. They should get my approval. I mean, no, I don't see any reason for me to part of that special. I should be, though. Maybe some YouTubers would pay attention and really look. When you look at the Reed case, when you look at that other case or that other guy there that was just convicted, where those 2 girls were killed, they got a picture of them on the Allen case. Any of these cases, you should always be looking at what is being alleged, who was accused, and based on what evidentiary basis was this all brought together to bring them to court, right? Well, you can call a survivor a victim, Tinsel, just to be, so you know, when I said that it was just to take a shortcut, I didn't want to have to explain that. You know, when it comes to, the Delphi, when it comes to the Idaho4, we only know of 6 occupants of that property. And we can only know for sure that those 6 people were there before, during, and after the crime. And we can only be known that by the time the police were called, 4 of those 6 were deceased. Those are the facts we have. Nothing about the grub truck, nothing about nothing. Then you could start filling it in. Yeah, and you know, they say it, they took a DNA sample that wasn't a big enough sample to use itself, and they had to send it to Othram. Othram then had to amplify the sample, and then that sample was taken from them, and genealogical work was done. There's so much that goes on in the process, and the idea that people think DNA is final is just frustrating. It's not. DNA is circumstantial. Okay? So we're all surviving, therefore also victims. Well, yeah, I mean, we're just arguing about terms. You're cutting hairs there. I need evidence to fill in the blanks too there, Heidi. Listen, and I don't, like I had said, if they can place that 2013 and that 2015 Elantra in close proximity to themselves, there's a basis to suggest Kohberger changed cars. There's a basis then to suggest a co-conspirator. But where is the data that places where is it in the accusations? Where is it that the car that circled that house 4 times and left at a high rate of speed at 4:20 a.m. was also in the vicinity of the 14 to 16 Elantra on such and such a street at such and such a time, before or after the crime? Either side of the crime would work. Where is that? There isn't anything like that there. So, you know, the FBI is solid. That car's an 11 to 13. It's not up to Idaho to disagree with them, but that's what it looks like they did. They also were never supposed to bring the IGG up. What they were supposed to say was that through their investigations and their tips, Mr. Kohberger was one of the suspects. And in our investigative practices, we surreptitiously obtained DNA and looked for DNA in an area we believe would be found Brian Kohberger would have had interaction with. And when we recovered that item, the trash, blah, 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 blah. You see? But that is not what happened here. Absolutely not what happened here. You know, it's kind of shocking that so many Americans want to pay attention to all the what ifs and coulda, woulda, shouldas. But the actual facts and performance of the law enforcement in that area is either, if you think he's guilty, you're like, well, yeah, the cops made a mistake, whatever. They rushed to judgment. They got tunnel vision. At the very least, if there's a conspiracy, if there's other connections outside, whether it be drugs, whether it be connected to the families, whether it be connected to the college or to the police, or whether it's connected to anything for any reason, is not our concern. That's a completely separate question that then has to be supported with evidence, not shit people dream up with on the fucking internet. I agree with you, Ashley. I agree with you. If it was a tip, why didn't they investigate it as a tip? On the surface, you can make an argument that it was worth putting that time into Kohberger. But the minute you realize you couldn't place him or his car at that house, the minute you realize there's 2 Elantras in this story. One over here from the smoke shop and one over from around the crime scene. And the one around the crime scene made 4 trips around the crime scene. The one around the crime scene took off at a high rate of speed at 420. Not Brian Kohberger's car. So they should have stopped their investigation right there. Even if they knew in their gut Kohberger did it, that investigation should have ended the minute they showed themselves that they had no circumstantial evidence to place him at the crime. Yeah, Listen, I don't know that they brought him in. I never heard that they brought him in. All I heard is they fouled him, right? They investigated him. There's no, if there is Brian being brought in during the investigation, there's been no hide nor hair made or mentioned of that. And there's no reason why there shouldn't be. And there's no reason why the defense shouldn't be making that point. Your Honor, they talked with my client, and he confirmed he denied it because he wasn't there. He told them where he was, which are consistent with their analysis that he was somewhere else. And yet here we are today in a court of law, and he's being charged with these crimes. In other words, there would be some kind of understanding through all the proceedings and all the motions and paperwork that we've seen. We would know fairly well, if not certainly, that Brian was brought in and that he was investigated and questioned. At that point, why didn't they ask him for his DNA? Right? So, at that point, if they'd have asked him for his DNA, they wouldn't have had to go fishing through his father's garbage, would they? So that tells me they never looked and they never talked to him and they never asked him for a DNA sample. Do you follow me, Eric? I mean, you can make that conclusion simply because they didn't ask for that until after he was charged with a quadruple homicide. They asked to give him a buccal swab. If he questioned in Idaho, they would have never let him leave Idaho and go. Well, I don't know why they wouldn't have, because none of the questioning they had, none of the information that they possessed placed Brian at that crime. It did the exact opposite. I keep repeating myself, and I'm only saying this because maybe new people we're up to 89 people, 87. It's possible people are unaware of some of these facts. And I really, what's not true? What did he say? The car would be chased at the time of the crime. Nobody confirmed the car. Well, they didn't know there was a crime taking place, Anna, until 8 hours later. Right? There's just so much that they didn't do, but they appear and they admit that they did do it for other suspects. They admit they followed another suspect, that they surreptitiously recovered the filter or a smoked a cigarette butt, and they had that DNA checked. So they do show you that they had the operational ability to follow the rules, to follow the law, to do a good deep dive investigation. Yet it doesn't appear as if any of them actually did it with Kohberger. Let me rehash this. And that to me is where, that's where I just run into my wall. I would like to see more what the police did if there's more. I would, and like Ann keeps asking, how did you get to my client? It can't be the cars. She's already said that, right? Right. Where's the interviews with these victims? Where is the report of a female officer doing a strip search on these two survivors? Where is that? Was it ever done? Right. Yeah, I'd like to see it. We also have had look at how the crime scene was handled. Look how that crime scene was handled. I'm sorry, folks, but when you've got all kinds of people walking through there with just face masks, right? With just COVID masks, investigating a crime scene for what could potentially be microscopic traces of DNA. Not just that, but the same microscopic traces of DNA that you're losing 5,000 of them a second. To be alive is to lose skin cells. And you've got all of your investigators walking through this home. Now, I know that you can actually eliminate them because you have their samples of DNA on file. But because the DNA you collected to say it's Brian is transfer DNA, that means that it could have been transferred by any one of the investigators in the crime scene, unbeknownst to them. Unbeknownst to them completely. They could have picked it up from the gas pump that they shared after Brian Kohberger, from the court, from anywhere. You got if you've been in public today, you got other people's skin cells on you. Ew, right? Ew, but that's true. Any of the friends that came through, In other words, there's as many infinite ways to suspect how transfer DNA ends up where it is. Your DNA is in places you haven't even been miles of. Exactly, Linda. Exactly. So that's not even a viable piece of evidence. And that's where we should all be outraged, not whether he did it or not, or what happened at the band field, and all of that stuff is almost an insult to the victims. It's almost like pissing on their graves. What does that got to do with anything? Imagine if they recognized within 30 days of grabbing this guy that they were wrong. Imagine if everybody paid attention to the procedures and policies that these representatives of ours aren't fucking following, and they were held to account. Let's not imagine a world like that. Let's ignore their fuckery and then take the stories they fucking throw our way and debate them and argue amongst each other and create fucking, it's a fucking nightmare. That's what the politicians do to you. Unfucking believable. Did you see Joe Biden the other day? This guy's literally on film, on camera, interacting with his son's business partners in the premier of China. That gave that family cash kickbacks for favors. Hunter Biden literally got China involved with our company in America that makes the nuclear submarines the quietest submarines on Earth. The sound insulating properties of all of their engine mounts and equipment mounts are what this company makes, and Hunter Biden put them in contact with China and got millions for it. So did his father. But let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about what our officials really did. You'd rather say Trump grabbed some girl by the pussy and get stuck on that fucking story, you dumb motherfuckers. Where was Trump when the Bidens and the Clintons and the fucking, the Republicans too, the Mitch McConnells and the other cuckolds, when they become multi-fucking millionaires with a job that pays $170,000 a year? Where were we paying attention to them and holding them to account? Fucking morons. And I don't care what political party they're from. Trump is just a simple example to throw out there. Look at the fucking nonsense. And then we run with their stories. Oh, look. Trump touched this ugly fucking broad on an airplane 38 years ago. He should be punished. What the fuck is that all about? Meanwhile, the people that are putting these stories together are also behind the scenes changing the law on the statute of limitations for just Trump's case. And you stupid motherfuckers aren't screaming and yelling and marching on Washington. How dare you do that? If the limitation is 20 years and this happened 28 years ago, what gives you the right to make an exception? And what about the other victims of 28-year-old cases, you fucks? Nobody wants to get into that. You all want to get into distractions. Then you all want to get on the internet and say, oh, I'm not part of the mainstream media. Well, that guy Rollo is a twin to the fucking mainstream media. He creates irrelevant, unimportant fucking issues and then tells you he's got proof. Boom. My name is Drip Drop. I'm allergic to penicillin. Unbelievable, folks. Everybody does this. It's fucking insane. Joe Rogan does it too. Sometimes Joe does have some good, strong shit. Not but all of this fucking outrage. Never any suggestion. We shouldn't tolerate this. These are the things we might want to do. These are the petitions we might want to sign. These are the different groups, Glenda, even if it was a relative, he didn't finger bang anybody. The woman never accused him of penetrating her at all. I think she claimed he touched her breast on an airplane. I've touched women's breasts on airplanes and on buses when there was a sudden movement of the fucking object I was riding in. But you can't go back and extend the statute of limitations on one guy because you personally fucking hate the guy. That's not what the law of America is about. The statute of limitations on any crime is 20 years like that. On any sexual assault kind of crime. 20. Why is it 20 years? I was sexually assaulted fucking 52 years ago. Why don't I get a chance to fucking bring the case? I play by the rules. I accept I only had 20 years to file, and I didn't. But I could not imagine that Jean, she gets on TV the next day on CNN and starts talking about rape fantasies and how arousing that is and how many women have rape. What the fuck is wrong? That broad is crazy. Yeah, you have to. And she's very unattractive. I've never seen a Trump with a woman like that, ever. Unless it was in a passing picture, okay? Or it was a donor. I'm the same way. You won't catch me around an ugly girl, ever. Ever. I don't care what judgment you have of me. If the choice is there and I got ugly or good looking, I'm going with the good looking. Oh, my God. So, look, I have every right to say she's ugly. There's nothing low about that at all. That woman's very unattractive and totally out of the league and class of what I've known Trump to be around. And whether he did it or not isn't even the argument. This is what I mean. You take some of the words I say and you want to argue about that. The truth of the matter is New York State had no business doing what they did to Trump. That's government using their powers like they're a fucking dictator. The limitation statute ran out. Completely out for years. And they extended it just in this one case. Fuck you with that, man. I'm totally against that. I don't care if he did it or didn't do it. At this point, it wasn't an issue, but the government made sure that we all talk about this ugly fucking broad that claims he touched her tit. That's a topic of discussion. Why? Well, because they told us it was. Because we're too fucking shallow-minded to understand the ability to make that accusation and bring him to trial over it was rigged. It's insane what we put up with. And then we come out here and we debate and argue people. We do exactly out here what's being done on the fucking mainstream media. Talk to you, Hyde. Thanks for coming in. I don't care what her story is. That woman could have said Trump whipped his cock out and slapped her in the face. I don't give a fuck what her story is. Okay? I don't. You know why? Because it happened beyond the statute of limitations. It's no longer relevant. It means nothing. Same thing with the Stormy Daniels fucking deal. That means nothing. Okay? I'm still mad about the squirrel and the raccoon. That's right. There you go, Grant. That's more of an issue that should be paid attention to. The fucking squirrel and the raccoon. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And yet that case, we got no attention on that. We just were outraged about it, but nothing ever got done. Nobody wants to hold the people responsible for the law shit like that to happen. And we, the people, whether you like Trump or don't like Trump, whether you like the crime or don't like the crime or no opinion of the crime, none of that should matter. What should matter is that crime was beyond its prosecutor. It'd be like eating a 20-year-old piece of bread. After 20 years, you can't eat the bread. Okay? But yet they'll go back as far as they wanted to just to get this guy on the hook. And that tells you of corruption. The crime he committed, that's justice in America, folks. You have to live with it. That's why I get so mad. Nobody pays attention in the Kohberger case to the process of justice. How do we get to our conclusions? Well, that's because we allow it, Eric. Right? That's because we allow it. What do we do about it? We just throw our hands up in the air. We don't realize that this internet could change the entire fucking world. We could change everything with this internet working together. But instead, we let these different topics, the what ifs, the coulda, woulda, shoulda, we let those topics carry the day. And those things dominate the airwaves. They dominate YouTube. They dominate the media. The media comes out with some bullshit story and everybody on YouTube is talking about it. I really don't want to hear about the bullshit story. I want to hear about the bullshit people that made that story even possible. Who the fuck did that to the squirrel and to the raccoon? Those people need to be fired, right? They need to be fired. I think you would agree with that. Wouldn't you? Grant? They need to go. The people in Idaho that managed the Kohberger case. Those people need to be removed from their positions. They need to be put on suspension. They need to be either retrained or reviewed and dismissed. Period. End of story. Same thing with the people that did that to the squirrel. Same thing with the officials that changed the laws to extend the statute of limitations on Trump. Same thing with the prosecutor that took a deal between Trump and Deutsche Bank and turned it into a crime and want to fine the guy $500 million. You got to be out of your mind to not understand that the problem in that isn't Trump getting a loan and paying the fucking thing back, making the bank millions in profit. That's not the problem. The problem is the government officials that represent you trying to convince you that there's a crime there and then trying to put this guy in prison for it. And if not in prison, bankrupt the guy. That's your problem. But no, let's not talk about that because I'm a Democrat or I'm a Republican. None of that should matter. That's a fucking problem, man. When prosecutors do that to an American citizen. I don't care if his name is Donald Trump or Bill Clinton. I don't give a fuck if it's Hillary Clinton or if it's Barack Obama or Joe Biden. Your government officials have no business fabricating fucking crimes against each other and then use the court systems to destroy someone's reputation so that they no longer are able to hold public office or no longer able to call them out on their shit for what they're doing. That goes back to the times pre-America when we were run by a king. They used allegations to destroy their enemies. They didn't use proof. And somehow we as Americans have comfortably become okay with that. And the Kohberger case and all of these other cases that you guys have been around do just that. They destroy the accused without any evidence. And what do? We want to argue. Yeah. And the thing is, that's okay. You know, I mean, look, the guy's old and he's ready to die. I don't know if there's any reason to hold the guy to account at this point. But everything he did should be a learning lesson. Everything he did should mean a new internal investigation into every agency. Everything he did and everybody he came in fucking contact with may not be prosecutable for the crimes they helped him commit, but they will open your eyes to doors that should never have been gone through. And then you can lock and close them and throw away the fucking key again. There's a lot of value to understanding what's going on, but we don't get down into that. It's almost like we've been completely educated to do the exact fucking opposite. We don't want to know. We just want somebody to hang for killing them kids. It's like we live in the days of gladiators or something. What is wrong with us? Brian Kohberger did this. I expect the firing squad or some other fucking miserable way to take his life. But I first need to see that he was in that house, clearly, with no ambiguity. And they just aren't able to do that. So why is this guy still in jail? That'll be the last of this. Why is this kid still in jail? I don't know. I don't know that she's I don't know if these motions to suppress how this particular judge is going to deal with it. But why is this guy in jail at all? I don't get it. I'm besides myself. Is there a fingerprint of Brian Kohberger's in that house? Anywhere in that house? Then the car doesn't matter, does it? If there's a fingerprint and transfer DNA, then the car probably don't matter. Hey there, 12 gauge. You're welcome to come up too. I keep asking people to come up. You're all a bunch of pussies. But you're welcome to click on that and come up. Unless you could show no ambiguity between what you're accusing somebody of and the evidence you're using to accuse them, then you don't have a case. The person shouldn't be incarcerated. I know that in my own personal life. I've sued twice for unlawful incarceration for crimes I committed and won in the court of law and therefore was able to sue. You know, it's not rocket science the way the law works, folks, but we would rather argue about U-turns and Banfields and, oh, good Lord, man, we're all fucking crazy. Body language and this and that, and none of that has any bearing on any of that. Yeah, the car was going to be a petri dish of evidence. A petri dish. Well, it must have been a brand new, fully fucking sterilized petri dish, motherfucker, because that's what you got. That's a problem. You should have known that before you arrested the guy. Does anybody disagree with that? Shouldn't you have known? Like you knew that you had no evidence placing him at that house? Once you knew that, shouldn't you have stopped investigating Brian? And if you were to continue to investigate Brian, shouldn't you have ignored his car? Shouldn't you have then tried to place Kohberger in that 11 to 13 because of proximity? Shouldn't you have tried to create or get evidence, video evidence of those two cars in proximity to one another to at least make the argument that Brian changed vehicles, turned off his phone, changed vehicles, rode with this person? Where is that? There is no accusation like that. But once you realized you couldn't place him at the house in his car, and then you knew you had the 11 to 13 on video, you need then to make the connection between Brian and that car if you're going to put him in that house, right? Maybe Brian Kohberger parked his car, left his phone, and jogged to the house and committed the crime. Okay, where's that accusation? Where's there any evidence that they've submitted and has argued against any of it that suggests he did it that way? There isn't. And that's why looking at the facts and only the facts to try to come to some understanding is the way we should address these crimes. There's a lot of nuances that you can get into. I mean, 12 Gauge does that when he talks about how you react to getting stabbed and what stab wounds do, how they affect the body, how they affect the reaction of the blah, blah, blah. He gets into a lot of good stuff, but he's not twisting that to say that it happened here. He's not saying that these people were stabbed in such a way that they were completely incapacitated and blah, blah. He's not saying that they, like that other goofball Jeff, hit him in the head he used the handle of the knife as a weapon and knocked him out before he stabbed him. He's not saying, in other words, he's not making shit up. And the facts that he's presented aren't facts to impugn Kohberger or prove this case, just facts for people to know that when you get stabbed, you could very likely, you're going to lose motor control of some section of your body, be it your arm, your hand, the one side, your leg, right? You get stabbed through the fucking skull, you lose fucking control of your whole body, you die. But my point is it was relevant in the sense that it furthered the discussion of knowledge and wasn't used to try to solve the Kohberger case. So, that I kind of like when he was doing stuff like that. Some of the recent stuff, though, with these woulda, coulda, shoulda guests, fuck no. I don't support that at all, the woulda, coulda, shouldas. He did it, he didn't do it. I don't support any of that discussion at all. It's just crazy. There's too many ifs and woulda, coulda, shouldas, and I'm not down on that. Pitting on Kopaka would have been intelligent and easy. Well, maybe. I don't know why you would need to pin it on anybody. Why couldn't they have just investigated that crime and come to a conclusion? Some crimes don't get solved. I mean, look what's going on. A good example is that Sebastian Rogers case. There's people out there screaming for the mother to be arrested, the father to be. For what? Under what fucking country do you think you live in? These people have a right to not be fucking attacked by the government. I don't care what the government thinks or feels or wants to believe. They have limits on how they're supposed to go about arresting you. And in the Sebastian Rogers case, you can see that that's playing out perfectly as it should. Nobody's been arrested because they have no evidence to do so. In the Kohberger case, right, you have no evidence placing Brian in the home. As a matter of fact, Ann keeps telling you from the beginning, she needs all the information that the police used before she could give her alibi. And I said, that's because the police are his alibi. Every piece of data in the PCA, every motion that she's filed, every argument that she's made shows over and over and over again that they cannot place Brian in that house. And not for anything, folks, but isn't that the first part of accusing somebody of this horrific crime? Isn't the first part of even considering charging anybody the ability to place them in that house without any ambiguity? Wouldn't you think that is the simplest and the correct way to carry an investigation forward? And nobody harps on the authorities for this. Nobody harps on the attorneys involved, the prosecutor involved, the police department involved, the FBI. Who are all the agents involved? What are the name of all these police? We need to know all of that. Eric, at this point, I wouldn't even worry about wondering why he fits. I mean, there's nothing to say that he does fit this crime. Not based on what they've given us. The idea that he did or didn't do it is always going to be unknown to us. i.e., well, it has a great batting average, finding CEO and cop killers in a week. Yeah, that is kind of funny. You're right. You're right. How quick they found the guy at the Trump's golf course, right? The guy that was setting up to shoot him. That guy, has anybody looked at the background of that second assassin that got caught? That guy's got more connections to the feds and to the Ukraine and to all different, and he's supposedly an unemployed contractor. They left them there and turned because they left to the corner club. I don't know who you're answering, Anna, or who you're talking to on that, but I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Is this thing still alive? Yeah, it is kind of alive. Yeah, it's been a cool night. I mean, I've been spending a bunch of different time at some of these scientific channels. More like, anyways. It's nothing like true crime. It's nothing like politics. These people dig into the minutia, what's going on, why it works, what they found, what they didn't find, what they hope to find, and it's all black and white. It's pretty nice. And unfortunately, when you deal with data, folks, when you deal with man's information, we just are not that fucking complex. We just aren't. We do have things that are to our knowledge more advanced than any other time in our existence. As we've been taught, that's what we can say we have to accept as truth, right? Flying, computers, phones, whatever, TVs, all of this stuff. A lot of what we have today, we've had for a long time. Running water, sewage systems, bathrooms, a lot of things have been around there for a long time. But we do live in a very interesting time where, in fact, yeah, we've been able to create and do things that none before us, as far as we know, were able to do. And somehow we let those people the people in power, the people that be, we've allowed them to fucking mistrain us on what we should be doing with this stuff. And that's the sad part. I mean, I wonder how many other people were killed in between the Kohberger case and today. I wonder if you look at their charging documents, how much different they may be from what you're seeing with Kohberger. I suspect like that one Florida case where they got a warrant to impound the man's truck. Even though the police knew, even though the police gut feeling was he did it, even though it was the most likely explanation to the murder and disappearance of this woman, they subpoenaed his truck, or they got a warrant and impounded his truck and searched the truck. And once that truck provided them with information, connecting it to the crime of this woman's death and removal, or death and found, whatever the outcome was, they then went and they arrested the owner of the truck. Okay? He was driving the truck when they stopped it. He was driving the truck when they impounded it. It was his truck. It had always been his truck. So it's not a leap to say that this guy was in the truck at that house when the murder was completed and blah, 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 blah. And the stuff was left in the house. And his truck was at the house. It was a witness. In other words, that case is so cut and dry, but yet the epitome of how law enforcement is supposed to interact with the citizens of the United States. They have limits. They just because they know in their heart, just because the totality of what they see with their eyes leads them to a conclusion, they don't arrest you unless they can provide supporting accusatory instruments or evidence. Okay? That gives them that supporting piece of information to charge you. And I for anybody that says that, the DNA, you're just confused. You've been watching too many of these crime stories, or you're so thoroughly convinced that woulda, coulda, shoulda, and what if is it matters, and it unbelievable. Listen to a toilet seat. It's all right in front of our eyes. Yeah, these look at the rabbit hole theories. There are some rabbit hole theories with mine, but I don't ever take outside woulda, coulda, shoulda information to present the theory. I don't make up that house was a closed crime scene, and therefore my first concentrated effort would be with the survivors. 6 in, 4 down, 2 survived. And when you look at the totality of the information that we've seen, there wasn't a reason in the world that those 2 weren't considered involved in that crime, directly or indirectly. And I would have done everything in my power. Everything in my power. Every phone call or every contact or every text message that ever went into any of those phones over the last 12 months, I would have collected all of that data and gone through it. I would not have just interviewed and let them go. I would not. I would have taken them to jail and I would have locked them up. Period. End of story. And then I would have started my investigation. I would have separated them. I would have had different investigators ask the same question in similar fashions at different times over the course of 24 hours. Because you could detain them for 24 hours. I would have made maximum fucking advantage of that on the surviving roommates. And then and only then made a decision to move myself somewhere else, to a different idea, to a different piece of evidence. But there's no way I would have allowed a crime scene with no smashed windows, with no picked locks, with no broken doors, without any of that, where 2 people were in the home before, during, and after the crime that waited 8 hours to contact us. There's no way those 2 people wouldn't have spent the night in the pokey. There's no way. I don't give a fuck if they lawyered up. They'd have had so many questions sent their way. And then I would have went and got warrants from the fucking court. That would have been strong enough to get warrants on the individuals in the house. Warrants for their cell phones, warrants for their computer, warrants for their Instagram, warrants for everything that they could ever have touched. There's no way a court could have denied you that, because their presence in the property under the circumstances they told us make it suspicious and possible, if not likely, that they were involved in the crime that took place above their heads or across the hall or down the fucking staircase. Right? You didn't see that happen in this case. You didn't see it happen at all, as far as I can tell. But there would have had to have been an extraordinary effort and conclusions that made sense and couldn't be questioned. They couldn't be what ifed. They couldn't be woulda, coulda, shoulda. They would have just been answers that fit what we have. Her story, her reaction, and the 8 hours are a fucking problem. More of a problem than Brian turning his phone off at 2:47 a.m. in Moscow, or I'm sorry, in Washington. They, Dylan and Bethany, the two surviving roommates. There's no way I would have let those people out of my fucking sight. I wouldn't have let them talk to each other. Everybody that was on the property when I showed up as a cop would have been locked in an individual cell or put in the back of an individual cop car. Okay? And separated immediately. And then have to wait until we're ready to investigate, search them, investigate them, look for clues on them, take their clothing, bag every fucking person that was there. If I caught a fly, I'd have fucking put it under the microscope. That fly could have DNA from the fucking perpetrator on it. I'm looking. I mean, you want to talk about doing outrageous? That would be one of the things I would suggest. There's no way those two young women would have been anywhere out, and any of the individuals that were at that property when the police showed up should have all been put in their own cell. Every one of them. Remaining victims, survivors, Dylan and Bethany. And I don't think anybody in this room, there's 80 of you, does anybody disagree with that? Wouldn't that be the proper course of action to take when you come to a home with 4 slaughtered teenage fucking people and 2 people that were in the home the whole time, before, during, and after? 8-hour delay before the police were called. And then when you show up, there's people there. You wouldn't have rounded them all up in a net and separated them like they were fucking suspects? The fuck, even your stupid TV shows know enough to do that. Right? Man. Yeah, it's a huge problem. I mean, what do people do to set fires? Well, the arsonist usually comes back and watch, and it's important for the TV crews to analyze their video closely. I mean, the likelihood that the person that committed the crime being amongst the people that were observing the house after the crime is pretty fucking high. Right? Everybody should have been locked up. Everybody should have been locked up. Their parents should have been notified, and they should have been told to call a lawyer if you so choose. There's no way anybody that was found at that house, on that property, even across the street, shouldn't have been pulled in and put in separate rooms. I don't care if you had to rent a fucking football stadium from the college to put them on opposite sides of the stadium. Every single person. Okay, 72 hours, whatever it is, 72. But you guys get my point. That would be them doing their job. And whatever happened to inconvenience the people, the citizens, I apologize. I would, and my heart would go out to them for the trouble. But we need to know who killed these 4 victims. We don't need some fucking rookie, Officer Payne, obtaining exculpatory information and then continuing head on with his investigation and then making accusations. Murphy should have been examined. I agree. There's too many questions. How is it that that room wasn't entered? How is it that that dog didn't get out of that room? I should do an updated video. JD said he was asleep. That's the boyfriend. Yeah. Well. Yeah, I've been drinking. I just grabbed me some apple juice. I suppose the dog is with the boyfriend. It's too late now. But again, I'm only emphasizing what a reasonable person, okay, a reasonable citizen that has represented officials that represent their interests, yours and mine, what I would expect them to do upon entering a quadruple homicide. This wasn't a burglary at 7-Eleven. They do it at if you want to see a bunch of people detained, okay? Have you ever been in a bank that was robbed? I have. I've been in a bank that was robbed. They detain all of you. No one's allowed to leave. And the cops take you off and start asking you questions. Right? Did they do that with the Kohberger case? Don't look like it. Did they give these guys cards and collect their phone numbers and say that we'll be in touch? Did they do that? If they did that, this whole case should be actually brought up to the fucking top of the fucking criminology fucking unit for all educational purposes. And all police officers should be instructed. When you walk upon a crime scene crowded by other individuals, they're all suspects. They all must be detained and questioned, regardless of the inconvenience to the person. Being on the property is enough for you to be a suspect. Why? And that guy does give that. Why does that? Because you already know a crime has been committed. You already know that it was a murder. And therefore, anybody within close proximity to that murder can legally and lawfully be suspicious and be considered connected to that crime and investigated for it. And there's no law being broken there at all. Right? That's what probable cause is. You can establish that a crime has been committed. You can establish that the individual here had an affiliation to that crime. And even proximity is enough. And their proximity to the crime is enough for you to ask them questions and do an investigation and treat them as a suspect. You can literally cuff them and put them in the back of your car and continue to fact find and continue to question them to determine whether in fact they're a viable suspect for this crime or not. And you could determine they're not. And you collect their personal information, you collect and you continue on your investigation. I mean, it's like fucking 101 what you're supposed to do. And yet everybody on the internet is caught on, well, did you see this image on a phone? Did you see this guy with the big bushy eyebrows at the band field? Did you see this cop? Where's his body cam? Did you see that car drive by? Did you see what happened at the grub truck? Did you see the reflections in the fucking moon on Linda Lane? Did you see this cop apparently wipe the knife sheath? Did you know Brian was in charge of looking at body cams? Well, okay. How does that relate to what happened at this crime scene and how they got to Brian Kohberger? I mean, that's the problem with all these rabbit holes. Someone will show you something and tell you what you're looking at. And I don't accept evidence that way. I don't give a fuck what you're showing me. I need to come to an understanding of what I'm seeing or not seeing. I don't need you to tell me what I'm looking for. When they tell you to find Waldo, they don't tell you look in the upper left corner, right? And that's what an investigation is. That's what evidence is. Evidence should be self-explaining. It should be, if there's a picture of you at 7-Eleven, it should be fairly clear that it's you, right? I don't want some blurry image from 100 yards away. I don't know if he's an incel or not. He doesn't seem like an incel. People would call me an incel. But when you get older, I think you become more of an incel. So I don't know about him. An incel, he's surrounded by all those kids. He's a student teacher. He's working in the college. He's going to school. I don't know. I don't know what makes them call the guy an incel. Based on what? I'm an incel, and I don't do anything Brian was doing. I do only what I have to. But, he was going to that park all the time. He was jogging. Apparently, he hung out with the Asian girl. What's an incel? Someone like a loner? So what? Fucking today's day and age, you're better off being a loner. You never know what kind of shit you're walking into. I got a friend that's in a lot of trouble. And I remember telling him over and over again different things. And then when the stuff started to hit the fan, he called me and I knew he needed help. And I told him, I said, I can't help you and I won't help you. I warned you to take a different route and you didn't do it. That was my help. My help was telling you that what you're doing is going to fuck you. Don't do it. And you did it. So what now you think, what? I'm going to help you? How the fuck? What? You need money? And that's really what it comes down to, right? No, my help was given to you freely and honestly back at the time. Okay? Now you're fucked. And I'm not getting involved with that at all. I can't. It's not my fucking problem. I mean, I already know you're not going to listen to what I'm going to suggest. I already know you're going to do your own thing, which is, commendable. But I'm not the one that's going to help you get out of it. That ship fucking sailed. I don't know about that if he's that. I mean, nobody from, that again, it's just some story. It doesn't matter. It matters not. It's okay to hate women. Okay? Ladies, it's okay for a guy to hate women. Women, it's okay to hate men. There's no crime in that. And there's that you need to be labeled. Whatever. That's what I mean. I think I should make my name America's Uncle Asshole. Because unfortunately, a lot of what I say, people think I'm being an asshole. They take it personally. You've seen it in the chat tonight. They think I'm attacking them, and I'm not. I'm attacking that which they come forward with. Their statements about this or that. That's what I'm attacking. Not them personally. Like he's an incel. Who the fuck cares if he's an incel? I live by that too. Don't make your problem my problem. And I promise you, I will not make my problems yours. Right? And, I gave this guy advice on many, many occasions, sometimes unsolicited. And he would look down and say, yeah, I know, but okay, well, the but is all I need to know. And I say that to my friends all the time. Oh, my God. I remember one time I had a significant amount of cash. And we were sitting around. There was a bunch of us. And I took that money out and I flashed it onto the table. And they all looked at me and said, what the fuck? What do you got that kind of money for? I go, I got that kind of money to show that I could bail myself out of jail for any fuck up I make. And I hope that by seeing this money, that if that unfaithful day shows up and you find yourself in jail and it dawns on you that maybe I could bail you out, that you actually do call me so I can laugh at you and wish you good luck and keep you in fucking jail because I ain't giving you a penny towards your bail. They were like, "You're a fucking asshole." It's like, no. Maybe I'll come down to the jail and wave that money in front of the fucking window and let you know I'm not going to help you. Right? Fuck that shit. Don't make your problems mine. I won't make mine yours. And if mine are so big that I can't save myself, then you all better get the fuck away fast, okay? You got to not know me. Get rid of your phones. Change your identities. Just go. Be rid of me quickly. Because if I can't save myself, whoa, we're in trouble. And he looked dateable to me. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with the guy. I don't know. I don't what the fuck. What happened to a respectable guy? Whoever claimed I was a respectable guy, I am respectable. I'm respectable to myself and to honesty. Everything after that is suspect. It's subject to change based on the situation that you're in. Yeah, man, I don't know. Yeah. Who knows? What happened to her? I don't know what, Kohberger's Kohberger. But again, I don't even care what the kid did with girls or didn't do with girls. Maybe he's gay. Who gives a fuck? I don't know. I don't have a clue, man. Some gay men don't like women at all. They hate women. Well, that's true, Don. But, there's an interesting thing. Seems like babies, women, and pets, they get loved just for being women, children, and pets. They just get loved, right? But a man gets loved based on conditions. And that's the difference between man and everything else out there that experiences, that gets love from us. Okay? Love for a man is usually conditional. Dogs get loved. They just need to be the dog. Babies get loved because they're babies. And women get loved because they're women. Men get loved by women when they can provide, or they provide something that the woman seeks. And at that point, women then love. We don't get that unconditional love from women. There's always a catch. I don't mind it. I mean, that's fine. But then that same fucking idea of reality should also be applied to some of these women right movements, right? I mean, I got to stand on the deck of the Titanic and go down with it while you're going into a lifeboat? Huh. And you wonder why we make a little more money an hour than you. When the building burns, we got to stay back and die. We got to get you out of there, right? There ought to be some reward for being a man. I mean, not for anything. As a man that we get trashed on all the time, we're a toxic masculinity and that holy fuck. But lo and behold, right? As the iceberg takes all the fucking ship down with it, we got to stand there and just chill. I consider you respectable when they care for us. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. There's a condition. It's okay. I mean, I'm not complaining. I don't want it to change. It is what it is, man. Things I'd like to see change are things that we could do en masse. Man, the difference we could make on the planet. Nancy Grace's hair sunk that Titanic. Maybe. But, there's just so much good we could do with this internet. So much community. Look at all the millions of people that jump into true crime. I'm reaching 80 of you. 80 out of millions, which is fine. A captain of the ship stays until everyone leaves the ship. Correct. Although that's probably because we sit back and have your babies. Do you want to hear something fucked up? You guys want to hear something fucked up? Look what you guys have done to this place. Yeah, that's our fault. Every single one of you in that room, every single one of us on this planet, every single fucking one of us are all here because at some point, some guy went, and that's why we're all here. Every one of us come from that. Holy shit. Heidi would have liked that if she was still in here. Where's that Anna girl? Oh my God. One man's orgasm is the life of 8 billion people. Yippee, lollipop girl. Yeah, that's not a misleading name, is it? What the hell kind of name is that? Miss Q says sad but true. I don't know if it's sad. Nothing sad about it. It's actually exciting. Come on. Miss Q. Let's see what she looks like. These images are so small on here. Where's my, yeah, they're too small. Can't see you as a yin yang equals, huh? I think opportunity needs to be equal. And I think on the merits of each individual, that opportunity should be rewarded to the effort you place forward. Sure. I don't think anybody should be denied the opportunity. I don't object to a woman firefighter. I don't remember. I don't have any objection to a woman doctor, a firefighter. I don't have any objection to any of those careers for women. None at all. But what I do object is when women take a position that's untenable. And here's a simple example. And my, women I know have mentioned this to me over the years. A few of them have said this. Here's what they've said. If you're a 350-pound man in a burning building, they don't want a 110-pound firefighter, man or woman, coming to rescue them. Okay? In other words, your ability should be a recognizable limit that you yourself work within. For 45 years, I had a bad shoulder. I was told I had a torn rotary cuff. And because it was my left arm, and because all of my work has always been done mentally, I'm not a laborer. I'm a white-collar worker, not a blue-collar worker. And because of that, and because by the time I could have really afforded to do anything about it, my life had become accustomed to be who I am, how I am. And so I never did anything about it. Right? And I live within those limitations, not as a punishment, or not because I couldn't change it, but because I was really comfortable being who I am. And the irony of that is just last season, I was on a job site where I actually did do manual labor. And in the course of doing this manual labor, this injured arm that had been injured for 40 years plus was injured horrifically. The pain was excruciating. I could sit down, but I couldn't lean left or right, front or back, or the shoulder would, it was like, well, it was an excruciating pain. I couldn't sleep for days. I was putting lidocaine on it. I was taking fucking Advil 8 at a time. Man, I should have. The pain was unexplainable. However, here's the irony of it all. I don't know what bullshit they said about a torn rotary cuff, but since my arm is healed, I've got all the movement that I didn't have for 40 years. All of it back. I could fucking lift my arm up over my head. I could throw a fucking punch. I could pick. I don't know what the fuck happened. But my arm is no longer a problem. I couldn't put my left arm around my girl when I was dating somebody, hanging out, cuddling. I couldn't put my arm around the back of her, or up at her shoulders, or across the back of a chair for any length of time, or that left shoulder would start aching. My left shoulder was always reminding me that there was a problem. And I adjusted to that. Now, after I hurt this arm as bad as when I first hurt it. The pain was that fucking bad. I had to strap it to the side of my body and keep it straight up and down. Couldn't move it. It was terrible. But as I went, several weeks, it took several weeks to heal. And guess what? My arm now works. So I don't know what the fuck what they said I had all those years ago, if that was even true. Was my arm just not properly in its socket? Was there something else wrong? I don't know. I can't explain it. But the fact that my arm, it does make noises it never made before. There's some clicking and you can hear it move, right? It never did that before. But in all fairness, I've never moved it like this for 40 years. So I think that's pretty fucking crazy. Takes years to cure. Yeah. Yeah, the pain was beyond understanding. And I listen, I could not lay down to sleep. I couldn't. You know, you know, again, if you were to sit here next to me and listen to me move my arm, you'd hear it click when I move it through its motions, but it doesn't hurt. And I could never, you know, you could take your arm, put it up over your head, raise your hand. Couldn't do that. I can do that now. I just couldn't do that for my whole life. It's kind of weird. So now in my years, I'm in my 50s, and now all of a sudden I got used to that arm. Now it's no fucking good. No fucking good. I mean, I'm glad I don't have any of that pain. You know, maybe I'll keep one of these hookers I hang out with and want to, you know, put my arm around her, but God only knows. Are still on meds for it, Sarge. Yeah, I don't take it. I don't know what made it better, Heidi. I hurt this arm in a way that was just, you would have thought it was, I swore to you, I literally began to believe after several weeks that I was going to live the rest of my life with this pain. And then it started to get better and better and better. But I'm talking about a 4 or 5 week healing period. And for the first couple of weeks, the pain was unfucking bearable. But it did start making progress. Like after 10 or 14 days, it did start to feel a little bit better. That's why I never went to a hospital. And it started little bits at a time. And I don't know what made it better. All I know is I hurt that fucking thing bad. And time took care of it. Yeah, it was like a miracle. Right. Exactly. I've been checking the mirror to see if anything is healed around my appearances, but no, I'm still the same dickhead I was before. But my arm works, so watch out. Left jabs are coming your way. That injury prevented me from being a boxer. And the injury happened when I was 14 years old. So I went the preponderance of my life with a bad shoulder. You did your own physical. Well, I don't know. If I lifted something heavy that was going to fall, and I had to intercede with my left arm, and I knew when I did it, the pain in my arm was there. It hurt. And the pain just kept growing. I always liked boxing. Or combat sports, one-on-one. I was never into team sports. Baseball, football, soccer, none of that. I was never into team sports. I always felt like you're chasing that ball, but you want to kick the shit out of your opponent. Right? We'll get it fixed there, Lolly. And I always felt when it came to sports that, thanks, Lollipop, that it should be man on man. And I enjoyed boxing. I trained and I boxed and I learned pretty well how to box. I was good, especially against people in my own weight class. Back then, I think I was 14th by 135 pounds. And I sound like Mickey in the last Rocky sequel. Mickey, we love that guy. And so I boxed, but I trained with guys that were between 170 and 220. And I was very good at what I did. I could take a hell of a punch, but generally it would just throw me across the ring because I was light. But I was persistent. I wouldn't quit, and I was a hard learner. You know, I did well. And then I got into a physical altercation with my stepfather, and he put me in a position where it pulled my shoulder out of my side. It is what it is. And so from that day forward, and I remember that I even went to school. I had it strapped straight down the side of my body. Not in a cast because hanging that weight hurt. But I remember that I went through weeks of pain after that injury. And then it remained, the pain and the injury remained with me my entire life until just, I don't know, a month ago. Yeah, thanks, Miss Q. I try to think in a fairly logical and a fair hand. I I don't like winners or losers when it comes to facts. Facts are going to tell you who the winner is and who the loser is. And that's that. And you either, that's what I say is a group of people with this communication asset that we have. In the times that we live, there should be no slavery on earth. No slavery. No, absolutely not. There should be no dictators and tyrants on this planet. There should be no war over oil or anything. It's just stupid. It's fucking stupid. There's no need for it. I bet you can knock someone out twice. No. Boxing with gloves on and fighting is different. So when you box with gloves, there's rules and limitations, and you have to play within them rules and limitations. And there's a good chance either one of you can get seriously hurt. But when it comes to an encounter man against man or man against a bunch of men, I always took the opinion that everything you could do to harm them was good. Your eyes, your ears, your throat, biting them with your fucking mouth, kicking them in the balls, grabbing them by the hair, whatever you had to do to stop that aggressor was fair. Where when you get into a sport that's based on combat, that's not the way it works. But when I would get in individual conflicts with other men, that was the way I approached it. And I was usually more successful than not when it came to that kind of confrontation. When I was in high school, I had the most, they used to call them referrals. Referrals were when you were written up for something and sent to the principal's office. And I had more referrals for fighting and more referrals and more visits to the principal's office for engaging in conflict with adults, teachers. I knocked one teacher out cold, Mr. Pirelli. And I could have been suspended from the school or whatever, expelled. But he came forward and admitted, he didn't even admit, he came forward and said, I should never have done what I did to him. I came up from behind him. He had no idea that I was an adult or a teacher. And back when I was a kid, we had these big boom boxes. And he said, I yanked that boom box tried yanking it out from behind him. And as I got the boom box free, he fell and turned at the same time and punched me right in the face. And I did. I literally knocked that teacher out like it was in cartoons where guys fly up against the wall and they just slide down. That literally happened. And I'll never forget that guy. And he came to the office and said, I had no business and no right and should have known better because I knew who I was going to grab. And he said, I should not have done that. And you cannot expel this kid. It's not his fault. That was the first time I realized that there are people that can be trusted in this world. And I didn't even know the guy. He was never a teacher of mine. I've seen him. And he used to see me in school, and he'd always give me that look like, yeah, okay, Mr. Trouble. He apologized to me. He literally apologized to me for that. That guy actually helped me find out who my real parents were. He actually became a pivotal person in my life. No, I'm not a one-hit quitter. Bro, I'll bite your fucking feet off. I don't give a fuck. I'll bite your cock. I'll bite your ear. I don't care what it is. I'm going to hurt you. I don't give a fuck if you eventually knock me out. You're going to walk away from that and you're going to say, damn, I shouldn't have fucked with that guy. Hell yeah. This wasn't about a combat sport where we got gloves on and we're looking for a decision or a bell to ring. Fuck you. You're coming at me violently? Hell no, man. There was a guy in my area that got punched in the back of the head and was killed instantly. Let me just tell you, fighting men fighting men, right? Tough guys. Fuck being a tough guy. I don't want to be a tough guy. There's no rules in that. And if you think you should be playing by the fucking rules, then don't fucking pick fights with people like me you don't know. Because there are no rules when it comes to violence. And I've always drawn that line. In combat sports, there is. But when it comes, if we're going to have a confrontation, you're going to get physical with me, your eyes are in danger, your throat, your tongue, your fucking balls, everything. I don't know what I'm going to go for. But whatever opportunity you give me, if you don't stop me instantly, then you are open for a lot of fucking pain. And even if in the end you beat me up and I'm unconscious, right? You're going to walk away wishing you never did that to me. I don't give a fuck who you are. That's just been my attitude, and it's served me well. To me, I just don't think violence is ever the answer. But if we're going to play that game, we ain't playing fucking pretending we're playing Rocky on the fucking ring. Right? A lot of guys are like, oh, I don't know why you don't race me. Why would I race you? It'd be like racing a kid on a tricycle. Your car don't have any of the equipment it needs to beat me. Well, we both know you can't beat me. Well, it would be fun. Not fun for me. It just brings me closer to the next repair bill. Right? When you have a highly modified machine, it will break. It will. That's just the nature of the beast. Even cars that aren't modified fucking break. And my friends get mad at me like, you're a fucking asshole. Like, well, no, I'm not an asshole. It will break sooner or later. Why should I waste it on that fucking couple hundred horsepower junk you bought from a Hyundai dealer? Get out of here with that. And I do say things, and I see why my chat room takes it personal, like I'm attacking them. Maybe I'm attacking them and you, and I'm trying to pretend I'm not, but I don't think that's the case. I think I'm attacking pretty much your prerogative you're coming from. Look a crazy fucking world we live in. But I don't think anybody should be violent for any reason whatsoever. And that's just the way it is. Like there was I brought that case up the other day. That young black girl was killed by her ex-husband. And she pulled the gun on him. That's it. She pulled the gun on him. She should have pulled the trigger the minute that gun came out and was pointed in his direction. She should not have hesitated. You never pull a firearm and don't pull the trigger. And if you think that there's situations where you should be doing that, then you shouldn't own a firearm. Because you should never pull that firearm unless your life is threatened. Okay? And when your life is threatened. The adrenaline starts pumping. And God forbid you make a mistake. Well, you make a mistake. But the bottom line is you do not pull a weapon and point it at anybody ever. Unless your intention is to shoot and kill. And when your ex-husband is coming up with you in a violent manner and you pull that wife, that gun, she should have shot him dead right there. Fuck him. But he didn't, or she didn't. He got the gun away from her and fucking shot her in the head and killed her. Yeah, I don't want to see anybody. That's what I was saying. We shouldn't have wars. We shouldn't be arguing. We shouldn't have all this case. This place could be a fucking paradise. I mean, just think about what we are standing on. This earth is an incredible fucking thing. Unfucking believable. We're moving around the sun at 67,000 miles an hour, right? The sun is moving through the fucking galaxy. Its solar system at 500,000 fucking miles an hour. The galaxy Milky Way is moving through the universe at 2 million miles an hour. What the fuck are you talking about, all this shit moving? You don't feel any of it, do you? It's crazy what the fuck we're a part of. And we're going to argue whether Brian Kohberger did it or not because he could have, would have, should have made a fucking U-turn or the Banfield. Look at the distractions we allow ourselves to get caught on. We ignore that Intel and even the Elon Musk, all them robots that he's building. You don't think that them fucking robots don't depend on slavery somewhere in the year? Fuck all that bullshit with your robots, brother. Straighten out the fucking supply chain. Stop allowing countries to employ slaves to export their minerals. Fuck that bullshit, Elon. Intel, Google, Amazon. Fuck that bullshit. This is what we should all be saying in unison. I don't want that. I don't want my fucking luxuries to depend on the fucking destruction of another person. It's fucking crazy. That's what this country's supposed to stand for. We shouldn't have to kick your ass to do business with you. We shouldn't allow our corporations to cause all these conflicts around them. Wipe out entire villages because there's cobalt there and these villagers don't want to move. Oh, it was a natural disaster, they claim. All of this energy of anger and hate. And then we argue about it, discuss it, take sides about it. None of it's relevant, man. What's really relevant? Yeah, we're here for a short period of time, but I suspect our period of time would both be better and last way longer than what we currently exist with. We're here for each other. That's it. Why were you created? Why was man for each other? Just like the fucking deer are for each other. Just like the fucking ants are for each other. Okay? We don't need to get into that happy horse shit. We don't need to have our anthill attack another anthill. We don't need to be like that. We have the ultimate decision not to do so. We have the ultimate decision to communicate. We have the ultimate decision to do what's right. Well, I don't want my phone to come from fucking African slaves. It's disgusting to me. And how about African workers? Fantastic. I don't want people in China working for $2 an hour. I don't. Unless their fucking gallon of milk is a cent, right? And a loaf of bread is a penny. But no, they get paid just enough to be fucking broke. Well, it's 66,000 and change, but 67 is a good round number for people to realize that you're moving around the fucking sun at 67,000 miles an hour. And the sun isn't what you think it is. It isn't sitting in one place and you're going around it in a circle. You're all moving through the universe. Yeah, it's crazy. And what do we do with the internet? The first and only time in all of humanity's fucking recorded history that we know of. And we have an infinite capacity to change everything with this fucking tool. And we do nothing. I don't know what it is, man. What's got to happen? Maybe we do have to exterminate enough of ourselves for the remainder to realize what it is I'm sharing. You exist for others. That's it. That's the reason you exist. Don't ever ask that. Why are we here? You're here for each other. That's it. It's that fucking simple. Why was I born? For others. You ain't got to like it. Matter of fact, you could be an incel, like Brian Kohberger is accused of. You could struggle against it, but under no circumstances must you make your problem somebody else's. Okay? And within them rules, you can have the happiest society the earth has ever known, worldwide. It would be so easy for us to fix our problems using the same tool that keeps us divided. The same fucking tool that keeps us divided is this internet. Yet the same tool that keeps us divided unites us in a way that none of us seem to even fucking have any conscious about. None of us seem to have the conscious understanding of the power of what we have here. They use that power that we have here through media, through communication, that power to bring us into wars, to convince us Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction, and they fucking lied. I supported that war. Call me a hypocrite. But it took me a while. You grow and you learn. And what I'm sharing with you, the things that I've learned, the things I've observed, the things that seem to make much more sense to me now than they ever did. Yeah, I don't know who OG Geezer is. And he keeps saying you're married and that he's shopping on Temu for you. Well, that's fine. Let him shop for Temu. I don't know. At Carabum. I don't know who any of those people are, and I don't know. I don't even know who they are. I'm sure if there were anybody that knew me, they would make themselves known. You know I'm here, and somehow you're able to connect those names of whoever they are to me. So I'm sure that if they had any connection to me here, they'd be. But otherwise, I don't care what people say about me on the internet. Like I say, when people ask me, how are you? I'm fucking awesome. I literally am fucking awesome. You know, my big, if I had a goal, if I could accomplish one thing and then die, it would be that message that we have control of the planet. Not our governments, not fucking Putin. No, us. Just regular, everyday fucking people. We're what makes shit go round and round. Not them telling us what to do. We could be telling them what the fuck to do. Yeah, I don't know who Old Geezer is. Is that are you Old Geezer? Gee, I don't know who that is. You know, it's very weird. All identity theft comes from your identity being leaked or lost or stolen to the criminals. But all identity theft starts with every single fucking internet connection that you make and every agreement that you have to sign, surrendering your fucking personal information to the company. You need to fucking go to their website, like Twitter. You need to know my personal fucking, you need to be able to track me, motherfucker. Really? We should all be up in arms about that in unison, but we're not. We should all be up in arms about 40 million slaves. But we're not. We should all know that there's no reason for war. Well, it's the part of our life that matters the most to us because here we are, lollipop, right? Regardless of what comes after or what came before, that's what we're always looking at these extravagantly outside of ourselves things. I don't really need to go to Mars, okay? I don't really need to go to the moon. Mankind has no need for that. Mankind really needs to understand itself and why it's here and how it's here and what it can do while it's here as one. And I'm not saying one world government. Listen, but I am saying that we're all human. I was listening to my buddy Gunner, the big fat guy that gets drunk and can't stop. And he says, well, it's not capitalism allows for that. And capitalism does not allow for your businesses to participate with people in slavery. That's not what capitalism's supposed to be, folks. It's capitalism run amok. Capitalism isn't, I get illegal immigrants in here so I can pay them under the table and keep that money and I'm not paying them in my own pocket. That ain't capitalism. That's exploitation. Capitalism isn't about exploitation. Capitalism is about everybody has the right to own their own business. That's basically what capitalism is. You can own your own donut store and I can own my own fucking flower shop and you can own your own car dealer. It's that opportunity that capitalism. But owning your car dealer, it depends on slave labor from a foreign fucking country to make you compete. No, that's not what it's about. Yeah, we don't have open discussions on any of these fucking crises and these problems. We act like it doesn't matter. We turn a blind eye to it. And it would be so simple to fix. That's the most irritating thing is there's never really been a time in history where all of these big issues can be fixed simply. And none of you have to agree in the same God. None of you have to be the same color. None of you have to sleep with the same kind of people. None of you have to look alike. None of you have to even like each other. All you have to do is what's good for yourself en masse. And generally, what's good for me is good for you. It's good that I have water to drink that's clean. It's good for you too, right? I mean, the things that we really identify with are consistent across the board, regardless of what country you live in. And so there's many universal things that should apply and that would just tamp down all this desire for war. We're supposed to be the shining city on top of the hill, and others are supposed to want to be like us. We're not supposed to impose ourselves on others. Good night, Lollipop. We're not supposed to do that's not the purpose of this nation. The whole concept of why we're here. And I'm not even a religious guy. Lately I haven't had. I used to be on 9 o'clock every night, but I've been jumping around. This is the longest stream I think I've ever done in my life. And there's still 79 of you lunatics in here. What the hell is wrong with y'all? Let's see here. Truth and Transparent, Delphi. Jerry Hollerman's Thunder Alley pussy. I don't know what that's all about from Truth and Transparency, but yeah, we'll have to go check that out another day. Yeah, you know, can you guys imagine if regardless of your religion, okay? Or let's just start with that because there's more religious people than not. So the majority in this case will rule. But can you imagine if the founders of your religion had this kind of a communication device and all of their followers had this kind of communication device and all of them worked together to communicate whatever it was they were being religious about? Imagine the fucking walking that Gandhi would have saved himself from if he had the internet. And he had those, and that's even Jesus. Just think about it. And we as a group of people don't need one single person to rally around. But we as a people do need ideas that are common and solutions that are easy. And it's very easy not to buy Nike products anymore. Nike being part of a multinational corporation that uses slave labor in China to produce its $1,000 fucking sneakers. We could tell Nike no more of that. Either build them here in America and pay the proper wage and benefits, or we ain't buying your product. In some ways, that's exactly what Trump was doing. Maybe not for this purpose, but that's what his tariffs are about. But that's the whole basis of America. We're supposed to be here for each other, to help each other, to support each other. Your car breaks, you bring it to a mechanic. Your refrigerator goes empty, you go to a grocery store. That person in the store's business is there to assist you. You get sick, you go to a doctor. You went to school to learn an education. To do what? To help others. That's all we do all fucking day. And yet we still want, why are we here? Dumb motherfuckers, we're here for each other. Period. End of story. And what can we do with each other? Well, with this new fucking device that's been out since the year 2000, we can communicate instantly worldwide with anybody. We can set up web pages. We can create causes. We can get together and say no more of this user agreement stuff. No more of this slavery. We can make the issue a known issue, an issue we want to be solved. There's a solution to these fucking precious materials that they need. Some of these precious materials, folks, are in an abundance in the asteroid field. An abundance that we could never fucking use. Right? Why aren't we going out there to get them? Why aren't we saying, if we're going to go to fucking space, then why aren't we going there to alleviate the problems that we have on Earth with limited resources? That'd be a fantastic fucking goal. You get rid of slavery. You get people to be people with people. It's fucking sad. And we all have the power. If we all get together, this machine, these phones, these fucking computers, give you the ability to do for good what the government and the other agencies and the corporations have been using to manipulate, lie, and steal from you with. All the harms that have come to you that you see, all the information that you're being given, that Biden's a crook, Trump's a crook, this is that, but none of that stuff, all of that stuff is used to control and keep us in our seats. People say, I don't do politics. No, you do true crime, but you do exactly in true crime what the fuck they do in politics. They hypothesize all kinds of shit. That guy in here earlier with his what fuck that what if. What is, and what needs to be fixed? What can we do? Those are questions with answers. These coulda, woulda, shouldas, what ifs aren't good questions at all. They're the question of a lost soul, for fuck's sakes. Why are we here? Well, I think I've rambled on enough. It's been 441. That's an incredible amount of time for one person to speak, don't you guys think? So, what do we got in here for Blue Wrenches? Where's my YouTube page? There it is. And we've still got a few of them in here. Most of the people, though, are not Blue Wrenches. Yeah, no description has been added to this video. Convert. And I want to ask that, and then we're going to sign off. Do you guys think that it would be awesome to have a call-in show where I would have a number on the screen and people could call into the show? What do you think of that? One, for that would be a good idea. Two, for whatever. But do you guys think that would be a good thing to do, to have a call-in show? So Your Ass Hurts News Network and then the phone number underneath it? Yeah, I think that's what I've been thinking. I think it would be much easier. You know, be aware there's going to be people I hang up on. You know, that guy had all those. How many times did we ask him to bring proof? Bring proof of the night sheet. Bring proof of her text message or whatever she sent. Bring in proof. Yeah, he had my link. What is the name of his stream even? Who is Rollo? Who is that guy Rollo? I don't even know who he is. Anybody know who he is? But I'm sure Rollo is just maybe one of the better, slicker versions of the same woulda, coulda, shoulda guys. Who is Rollo, Miss Q? Missy Q? Anybody know who that person is? Yeah. I've never heard to. He's a role model. But how can I watch? Can't someone post a link? Who is this person? What's the title of his stream? I glean that there, Grant. But his name is Random YouTubian. That's his name? Copy. Rolo Moto. Hang on, let me see how this comes out. Before anybody signs off, let me just sort this real quick. See if he comes up in my, you guys. All right, I got him. I added him. Yep. I've never really engaged with the person before. And, you guys see, I struggle with the woulda, coulda, shouldas, man. What if the band feels involved? Listen, I don't know. Do the right thing. Don't fuck up. There you go, Anna Rodriguez. Giving the advice from the ground up. In any event, though, yeah, pretty awesome. I'm glad the groupsies that did come in tonight were good. That X does real well. On X, the folks there, I want to say thanks. And I actually did pretty good over here on Rumble, which is kind of surprising to me. At least tonight I see viewers, no comments, no interaction, but there's viewers there. So that's kind of good. His videos are great. You're going to see a lot of shit that is very odd. Well, it sounds like a normal day in the neighborhood. All right, listen, you guys are awesome. Any of you that put up with this for the full 4 hours, 46 minutes, and 30 seconds are about as fucking nuts as nuts can be. Listen, it was a great night. We'll talk with you again. Sergeant Friday from the Your Ass Hurts News Network. And we will see you again. Good night, everybody.